Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's a Monday, so we're going to play some more Factorio Space Age. Yes we are. And so the first part I've done today is turn the ship round and set it flying back over towards Norvis because, well, let's not do that. I think I pressed a button I shouldn't have done. There we go. Let's try that again. Right, send the ship flying back over towards Norvis because there's a couple of things wrong with it. Basically, it's not capable of dealing with the asteroids once you get sort of out 1.5 gigameters, and eventually things like this happen, and eventually what's the word? When you take little bits of damage over time. Anyway, eventually the rocks make their way through, and everything goes horribly wrong, and the ship dies. So yeah, it's not been able to go more than about 1.5 gigameters. So we're not going to be doing that just yet. We're going to be sending it back and doing a bit of a redesign of the front end and how the weapons are handled. So hello Doopy, hello Blake, hello Inks, welcome one and all. Good to have you back. So let's see what are we going to get on with. What are we going to be doing today? So there's going to be that, as I say. And then in the meantime, well, the other thing that's sort of still being a bit of a problem is the yellow science over here. We're currently not producing this quickly enough because there's a shortage of green circuits, and there's a shortage of green circuits because there's a shortage of iron still? Yes. So ideally, I'd like to get some more iron being added into the system over here. Now, there is a little bit of it potentially being brought down from space, although it all appears to be very, very high quality, so we don't really want to start burning through that. Oh no, we are getting some low quality out as well. So down here, though, there is approximately no iron available. So I think trying to make more plates out of this would probably not go down too well. All this steel from here is going down here and into here to be made into an infinite quantity of steel chests because I'm trying to recycle it into better steel. So how about we stop doing that? Let's rotate the thing. There we go. So we'll stop doing that. That's a bit of a waste of steel, or of iron rather. So instead, I could try and pull some of the iron ore out from here, and passing it up here as iron plates and adding it into the supply, going into making the green circuits, and that's going to help a little bit. So yes, let's do that. In order to do that, I'll put in another furnace down here, and this one can be making iron plates like so. It's going to need some pipes, and then we're going to need some undergrounds along here to take the stuff away that we don't, take stuff past that we don't actually need here. The bot's going to get a little bit busy with that, and then we can have a belt coming from here, like this, and then I guess we'll feed it up the middle of here, under here, and round like that. There we go, and then I need to join these two up. So there we go. It's not going to be an enormous help, but it is going to help a bit. As we get any iron ore dropped in here, then, in fact, let's increase that to 500 as well. As we get any iron ore dropped in, it'll get turned into iron plates, and we can then pull some of that through, and with any luck, we'll get a decent quantity coming out. What I might as well do is put in some productivity modules here, just because there's no real reason not to, as far as I can see. Yes, it'll slow things down a little bit, but that's fine. It'll mean we'll get more iron plates out the other side, so I think that's worth doing. Okay, so that's going to help a little bit. To be honest, I feel like this whole planet needs a bit of a redesign. In fact, a lot of things need a massive, massive redesign. So there's a lot of things that are just a bit... Let's just say I did what seemed like a good idea when I started playing, but now, hours in, I'm realising that actually some of these things possibly could have been done a little bit better. And yeah, so there are various things that aren't working quite as well as I would like. But the thing is, they are working kind of okay. Just not actually okay. Yeah, the molten iron is very, very low. That's because there's not very much iron ore being brought in, because the ships that are up here aren't chucking it down, because this one doesn't get the opportunity to, because it never fills up with any iron ore there. The nurse does, I think. Iron ore, iron ore, iron ore, iron ore, iron ore. Any old iron. No, this one doesn't either. So it's only your nicked, which does fill up with iron ore. So this one can, yeah, there you go. This one is dropping it in, but it's not coming in at a particularly high rate because there just isn't very much iron ore over Fulgora. We could do with grabbing some of these rocks, but they're a bit too far away. Okay, they're a lot too far away. So yeah, it's tricky to get more iron down there. At the moment, I am producing large quantities of iron out of the recycling system here in the form of cogs, but each one of these cogs is only worth about half an iron, I think. So when they then come down here, they would get recycled, sure, and we do get some iron coming out here, as you can see, and it flows along here and is never seen again. Oh, it's all getting turned. Oh no, it comes down here and then gets turned into green circuits. So yeah, we do have some iron coming through. It's just not as much as I would like there to be. But it's slightly better than it was before. We at least have this trickle of it coming through here from... we do have a bit coming from over here. But yeah, you're right. The molten iron is very, very low. There's nothing that can be done about it. This is... Well, there's nothing that can be easily done about it. And I'm at a stage of the game now where I don't want to go in and start making enormous sweeping changes. That said, the yellow science production has caught up. And so that means eventually this will back up all the way round to here, then all the components back up all the way around, and then we'll stop using the iron over here, which means we can then start making green circuits again. Or we'll start making green circuits in larger quantities. That will then back up, and then we'll be able to start making blue circuits, and that will mean we'll eventually be able to start making rockets again, and we'll start to ship out. We'll start to ship the yellow science out, and everything will sort of then catch up and try and find a new sort of a new balance, a new equilibrium. That's the word I'm looking for. A new equilibrium. So, yeah, this planet overall is not great. I have stopped. Yes, I've stopped shipping the blue circuits out for me. I suppose I could. I could take all these blue circuits out as a sort of a bit of a temporary fix and put them back in to be made into rockets again. That's not a bad idea. So if I put in a blue chest here and tell that to request blue circuits, maybe slightly more than 100, like that. Then I can chuck in one of these guys here. We'll get a load of blue circuits over. Those are all being brought out of these chests down here, which honestly don't need to be providing blue circuits anymore. We've stopped shipping blue circuits out from this planet, so this is just silly. They're a bit of a waste putting them in there. So there we go. Now they're flowing down here, which means we can start making rockets again over here, and that means we'll be able to ship the science up, which means the nurse will be able to fill up with science, and we need 8,000 to make it happy. But then once she's got that, she can fly back over to Norvis, and then we can start actually doing some science, which would be rather nice. We're shipping copper down anyway, but yeah, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, a bit of a slow a slow system there, unfortunately. I could finagle something to bring iron out of this smeltery and put it into here to drop down, but I don't think I want to. I think it'd be more of a headache than it would be worth, so I'm not going to. That can stay as is. There's an obvious space here for another one of these, but no, I've run out. That's why there isn't one there. Fair enough. So yeah, Fulgora is now basically functional again. But I don't really have a planet that's supplying the blue circuits. So this is a multi-step process. So the thing to do is going to be to go over to Vulcanus and start making blue circuits over here in larger quantities. Now at the moment we're making some of them, sure, because we need them for rockets and belts and things like that. So we're making a relatively small number, and we're bringing the plastic in by spaceship from Gleba, I believe. And that's so anything that comes along here as a stack has been shipped in from Gleba. Anything that's a partial stack, like these ones, has been made on this planet. And we've been making it here. So this, oh yeah, okay, we've got priority set there. I don't know why there's a mix along here. Oh, maybe that was before I put the... That should be an input priority from the right. That would help. It'd help if I got that right. Okay, so that answers that question as to why this is a messy mix along here. But at least that'll mean we'll now start using the plastic only from Gleba, which is obviously much cheaper. I've made the same mistake over here as well. Input priority left. Output priority no. As you can see by the alternating stacks along here as well, which is obviously utter nonsense. But never mind, we'll get that sort of fixed now. We'll let that run, and when eventually it'll tidy up, and my shame will be hidden. So the next thing to do is going to be to start making the blue circuits on this planet en masse. Because there are various other planets that require blue circuits. Like Norvis, it'd be nice to ship them into. Gleba, we're shipping them into rather than making them there. And I can't think of any others off the top of my head. So yeah, I need to start making them over here. Now I think the best way to do it is probably going to be to work out the proportions required over here to do this sort of recipe, and then just slap down some more of this rather than pulling from the from this belt. However, in the short term, I think I might have to pull from this belt because I'm going to need it fairly soon. So let's put another one of those in there, another one of those in there, and then extend this belt underneath that, and it's going to have to come through. There isn't really anywhere good to bring this through because I've got so much stuff going on. Let's try here. See if I can get my undergrounding far enough. Because if I use the blue ones, then they're quite long, and you know what? I think I'm just going to break my bus rules here a little bit and do that. There's a yellow belt feeding in on the input, so I'll just do that. Right, and you, I would like to connect to the logistics network and enable whenever there are blue circuits of less than. Actually, let's just let that fill up. I think let's just completely fill this box up with blue circuits. That seems like a much better idea. Also, let's pass them in, otherwise it'll never work. Okay, so we're not making that many blue circuits at the moment, if we're being honest. In fact, let's stop requesting them here because I already have. Excellent. So that means I can probably get rid of this belt, free up some space along here for other more important and useful things, just in case there's other stuff I need to ship down from space. Like, I was going to say light plastic, but I've already done that one. Get rid of all of this. There's a lot of power stuff in the middle of this belt. There we go. And we'll get some on the other side of the belt as well. Lovely. Just what we want. Okay, so there we go. We've got the blue circuits now being produced and taken away as fast as they're being produced. And I think that should be absolutely fine. We've got the resources to make them in the form of all this plastics being brought in, and everything else that goes into them is basically free on this planet because we've got iron and copper going into the greens, we've got more copper going into the reds, and then we've got a bit of sulfuric acid going into the blues. So everything else is absolutely fine. This is just easy. And now, well, okay, we're not exactly making them quickly, but they are being made at a rate. Now, my next thought is, should I be speeding any of these machines up? And I think the answer is probably no, because the limiting factor is going to end up being what goes on this belt here. Although, actually, these are prime candidates for stack inserters. So let's upgrade them as well. Now, I believe I have a supply of stack inserters pretty much everywhere. So you can be a stack inserter, you can be a stack inserter, you two can be stack inserters, you two can be three can be stack inserters. And we'll just get bigger piles of copper cable going along there. Then you can be stack inserters as well for the iron as well. And you guys. And you could be, but I don't see any point. Right, so there we go. We've now got larger quantities of copper cable coming through here. And it's not all being eaten up. So that's good. That implies I could come through all of these and put more speed modules in them. The slight concern is whether the plastic supply is going to keep up. Now, we are requesting 6,000 at a time. I don't remember which ship is supposed to be bringing that in. It's going to be called something like Magma, isn't it? Yes, it's you. So, okay, you're dropping plastic in. Fine. You've got a load of it there, and you're requesting a handful of different things. That all looks fine to me. So this can sit there just dropping plastic onto this planet until it runs off. Then it can buzz off to Gleba, get some more, come back again. Fine. Yes, happy with the way that works. So I think Vulcanus is probably going to be okay. As long as the ship can get to Gleba and back in time, and I think it should be able to. That shouldn't be too painful. So over here, yes, that is a pathetic quantity of blue circuits. So I think the first step is going to be to go through here with the speed modules and go. Okay, you've already got one. Let's give you 3. Let's put 3 into each machine because that is a number, and I feel a little bit. Like putting it, I feel like completely filling them up with speed modules might be overkill at this stage of the game. And you as well. There we go. And then I think that means over here as well. Well, yeah, I probably will. I'll take out a couple of the productivities and replace them with speeds, and we'll see how this then copes. We weren't going to get quite as many out for the inputs we put in, but we'll get a lot more out per minute. So I think that's probably going to be better. Oh, and along here, I think it would be quite good if we turned all of these green exerters into white ones as well. Green circuit exerters into stack exerters. There we go. I'd like to do the same here with these ones for the red circuits, but I can't because they're long, and also it's not so important for those because they're not being used up by anything like the same sort of quantities. Making a blue circuit requires 20 green circuits and only 2 advanced circuits, so that should be alright. However, I see that we're now woefully unsupplied with green circuits, so, and also we're getting through the copper cable pretty quickly too. So I think this calls for more speed modules. So we'll speed up all you guys like that. That should give me a decent amount more. And the stack inserters mean the inserters should be able to keep up with that. And then I want to speed these guys up as well, just as much as I can. And then at this point, this is where we start to consider beacons. I'm trying to avoid beacons if I can because it's not going to be that bad to put in. I just have to underground these 2 belts here. So, yeah, beacons will probably happen fairly soon, I suspect. Power is a good point. Power is not a concern, but it's still an excellent point to watch out for because yes, that could easily have been a problem. It isn't, but it very easily could have been. So yeah, it's a good shout. Right, we've nearly got enough green circuits coming through to keep these machines happy, so that's pretty good. Space station means turbo belts and stacking items on the belt. Yeah, but is a stacked turbo belt still better than a train system? It might have a higher bandwidth than a single train. But I suspect I suspect trains, for the variety of different things you can supply with them, is probably still going to get the last laugh there. But yes, I can see what you're getting at. Okay. I don't know what this was for, so let's get rid of it. And let's turn that round and do that. Because that way I can get some of the green belts from some of the green circuits from this machine's supply going the other way as well. We haven't started to back up on copper cables yet, so let's put some more in those some speed modules in those machines. I'll get even more copper cables coming out. Yes, these inserters are capable of keeping up. Only just, actually. They are only just fast enough, which is quite impressive. There we go. Now we're starting to get some backup on the copper cable lines. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, things are pretty good here now. Let's have a look at the circuit production. Production is this side of that guy. And yeah, you can see over the last 10 minutes, we've gone from making 124 a minute to making 193, 197, 190, whatever per minute. So that's a nice. It's not quite a 100% increase, but it's a significant one. I think I'm probably okay with that. Are we still? Actually, we're still limited by green circuits. All right, let's put in a speed beacon, and I'll put it in. Let's see if I put it here, I can get. If I put it here, I can get all of the ones that are working specifically on this stuff. So I'll put that there like that. Bots can come in, do a bit of tidying up, sure, take stuff away. And this is where we find out, no, we do have a beacon, excellent. And that'll give me a nice kick in the what's names for these machines, and they can run that bit faster. Lovely. Maybe I should have put it in down here somewhere and replaced some of this infrastructure, or replace this machine that's making turbines. I don't know. Oh yeah, you're right. Green circuits have run out of iron now. So we've got this going. Let's just put in another beacon. Then yeah, if I put that there, and then rotate that and do that. There we go. I'll increase everything around here by a significant margin. Hopefully that'll be able to keep up, because short of putting in I could put in another beacon up here, I suppose, but there's not a great deal of space for more expansion. And I'm out of a large quantities of laziness. I'm basically trying to avoid rebuilding this anywhere else, and you know, it's probably okay, probably sufficient. Up here in this box, we now have 1800 blue circuits, so that's pretty good. So the next thing to do is go out to ships like this one and say, okay, instead of going to Fulgora for the blue circuits, because that seems to be basically the only thing this ship asks for, instead of going there, we're going to go to Vulcanus until all requests are satisfied. We're not going to go to Fulgora, and when we get there, we're going to collect those from Vulcanus instead. So we fix that one. Then it's a case of what other ships are doing that. Well, the 7-9 isn't. The Asimov probably isn't bringing blue circuits around. No, it's not. Coke, it is not. Crossed is not touching blue circuits. Glebed is. So you're getting them from Fulgora. Okay, so we need to remove the what else are you getting from Fulgora? Boom, boom, boom. So you're getting blue circuits from Fulgora and EM plants. Okay, so we might as well carry on going to Fulgora just for the EM plants. But we can get rid of that, and we can change that to be from Vulcanus. Try again. Change that to be from Vulcanus. Don't double click when you shouldn't. There's so many double clicks and single clicks in this game. I lose track of what's what. No, 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 no. Yes. So that's a Fulgora. It does also go to Vulcanus. So let's just change that to Vulcanus. Click. And then that has to come from Fulgora. That comes from Vulcanus. Anything else from Fulgora that shouldn't be anymore. Nope, that all looks good. You don't go anywhere. You have already done. See, that's switch to Vulcanus. Yakko, you don't do that. You don't do anything anymore, actually. And your Nyx just hovers in space there. Right. Prods on the greens. That's a good idea. That's the wrong planet. This planet. Yeah, and it's just about enough, but just about is not quite enough. So come over here. You take one of you. And you can have 2 of those. So can you. So can you. I should copy and paste, but I'm basically there now. Yeah, so that will have reduced the number of green circuits that are being made. Well, actually, no, it won't, because we're still using all of the iron up, and therefore it is actually producing more green circuits than it was before. So that's a good thing. Probably okay with that. As I say, I don't need it to be an enormously fast rate of production. I just need there to be a steady supply that can then be taken off to other planets to be made into rockets and such likes. And yeah, the plastic down here seems to be absolutely fine. And yeah. How much of the plastic have we the funny wibbly plastic have we ripped through? Okay, there's a few mini stacks along here. That we've not used all of that up yet, but we're getting there gradually. Why are you not running? Oh, because you're full. Fair enough. So definitely don't need quite as many speed modules in the red circuit production. But you know what? That's okay. I don't mind if I've got too many. If there's too much production going on there, it's fine. The only thing that's wasting is power. Which as we discovered earlier, we have plenty of already. Okay, so I think that is now significantly better. That means we're going to stop pulling out the blue circuits from Fulgora. We can empty out all these rockets here are doing nothing now, but that's probably fine. Got blue circuits here. And I could have them doing yellow science as well, but I don't think there's any point. So at the moment, these 2 guys are just sat there as full rockets. We've got loads of stuff there. The nurse has got back to Norvis and is dropping yellow science. Colours are difficult, apparently. So down here now, we presumably have a good, healthy supply of everything except agricultural. Great. So what's going on with these? 7 of 9 is on its way to Norvis, presumably with some science packs. Spock's on its way back out again. I suspect what probably happened is that the science ground to a halt, and therefore all of the agricultural science packs went off, and so we're just waiting for things to sort of flush through and sort themselves out again. And here we have some nice, decently fresh agricultural science coming in, so that can run through here, and as soon as that gets down into the system, we can start using it. The next thing I need to do is over on Gleba, and this is a bit of a jump from what I was doing before, because I've just remembered that I need to do it, is to come over to where I'm making the rocket turrets, which is here, and I need to fill this guy full of quality modules. I don't know what I have on this planet. Let's find out. Nothing. Excellent. That's going to make things easy. Okay, so I'm just straight up not making quality modules over here. That's fantastic. All right. Do I have a ship that just roams around the universe grabbing things for me? I don't, actually. That's the thing I really should have. And I think Yakko could be that ship. So let's clear those two out. You are no longer doing this. You are my general roaming ship. So yes, I do want you to go to Fulgora. And we'll pick up some decent quality modules over there, and then we can fly them over to Gleba and start trying to make some better quality rocket launchers. Now, I don't think the better quality rocket launchers are absolutely vital, but I think they are a good idea. I also want to be making a large quantity of high quality turrets. Now, at the moment, I've got 20 of those. That is a good start. Let's actually make that 50. And this is all coming down to upgrading the over-the-edge ship once again, because it's going to need to have... I'm going to want to put in a lot more guns of all of the various types. So, I'm going to need some quality batteries. What have I got in the way of quality batteries? Probably not... Oh, actually, that's not bad. I've got 29 legendary batteries. That's better than I expected. So what I want to make is some quality laser turrets. Now that is 12 batteries each, so that's only 2 from those 29. But I can make two legendary laser turrets, and then probably quite a few epic. Epic, I think is the word. Yes, epic ones, where they got 225 of those. So I can churn out a decent number of those as well, and that'll allow me to put a row of really, really good laser turrets on this ship as well. And that'll get me that extra bit of range, which will hopefully make things a little bit better. The rocket launchers, I'm going to have to do the hard way, because the recipe for making a rocket turret is a carbon fibre, which comes from a Glebian process. So, okay, I could start recirculating that and trying to upgrade it, but I don't really want to at this stage. So this one, I'm just going to whack the best productivity modules I can in the machine that's making the actual rocket turrets itself, and accept that quite a lot of them are just going to be tier 2, maybe a few tier 3 if I'm lucky, because rocket launchers, or rocket turrets rather, already have quite a long range. A basic one is a range of 36, which where you compare it to a gun turret, it's a range of 18, literally half, and a laser is 24. So ideally, you want the railgun turrets to have the longest range, because they will take apart the huge rocks as they come in. Then once they've been turned into big rocks, you can then have the rocket turrets take them apart, or possibly the railguns if you've got enough railgun ammunition. Then once those have been taken apart into mediums, you want the machine gun turrets to deal with the mediums, and then the lasers to deal with the smalls when they come out. And so I'm going to have both guns and lasers dealing with the smalls, I think, because I'm pretty sure that's what's been getting through. But with longer range gun turrets and some long range laser turrets, I am cautiously optimistic that I'll be able to deal with anything that comes in. That's the hope, anyway. So that's going to lead to basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a wall across the front that is basically solid railguns, just to make sure I've got enough. These guns in the middle, unnecessary, because then I'm going to have the belt that goes along behind there to keep the railguns supplied. Then behind that, I'll have a row of machine gun turrets, and behind that, perhaps a row of lasers, and then the rocket turrets, or maybe the other way round for those last two, because the lasers are going to be the last line of defence. Or maybe I'll do some alternating. I'm not quite sure. Part of the problem is that to get a row of rocket turrets, or to get a row of... Basically, any turret that requires ammunition needs a belt bringing the ammunition to it, or you have them slightly more spread apart. Now, perhaps spreading them apart is going to be the way to go, because we don't seem to have too much trouble with rocket launching in us. So I think, yeah. So I think I'll do a solid row of railguns with occasional gaps for grabbers. Then a solid row of machine gun turrets on the other side of the same belt. Then a solid row of rockets passing through, and then a row or two of laser turrets at the back as the sort of the last line of defence. And I'll make it a little bit wider, and I'll probably have the railgun turret right on the outside, but supported by other weaponry behind them. So I think that's going to make this ship a bit more capable. And then I'm going to pretty much copy and paste the production parts of this. So all of this bit up here that's making the copper and the all of the resources and the iron, and then all the rocketry, and then certainly the ammunition, and maybe the rockets and the railguns as well. Because I think maybe just go with another section on the bottom that's pulling in metallic asteroid chunks and making bullets out of it. Because the rocket production seems to be absolutely okay. The railgun production absolutely okay. Now, it's not the fastest ship in the world. It does about... Okay, I can't tell at the moment because it's short of ammunition. Short of bullets, as usual. But the production system up here is just straight up not capable of keeping up with the demands on it. So my plan is to put in additional production, at least of the iron and the copper, down here, and feed all of that into ammunition, and then just spread the rest of this down a bit out of the way. And yeah, make the ship a little bit longer, because clearly it's not long enough yet. So that's the when it gets back to the solar system plan. More guns on the front and more ammunition production, specifically bullet production at the back, because those are the places that seem to be struggling. Okay, we have the engines fired up again, at least some of them. I know we've turned the pump off again. Someone pointed out in the Discord server earlier that you can tell what the engines are being starved of by the colour of the plumes coming out of them. So those two are fine, but these ones all had very, very blue plumes because we had loads of oxidizer and no fuel, and now they've gone out. But it's yeah, that was an interesting detail that I hadn't noticed myself. I'd noticed that the flames got smaller, but I hadn't noticed that they changed colour. Right, so yes, that's the plan with that one. Over on Norvis, we have research happening. Research is happening. I think the shortage is still... Oh no, what is the shortage code today? What are we short of today? Oh, nothing. Why are you lit up then? You're not. You've just gone away. Great. Thanks for that. So yeah, we are chucking science packs through. We're doing science. I think at this point we are essentially limited by the freshness of the agricultural science. So because it comes through, because it might not be fully fresh when it comes in, each pack may be worth between ideally 75% of a pack, but more typically about 50%. So we don't get as much science out, and also it's just run out as well. But the Spock is on its way over. I don't see any other Star Trek-y named ships, so it's probably the best we're going to get. But yeah, it'll get here, and the Kirk is on its way over as well, so they'll get here fairly. Oh no, Spock's on its way back out. I take it back. Kirk is on his way over, and we'll get here and dump a load of science pretty quickly. Yeah, so here we go. Here's the science coming through. It is currently probably decently fresh. Let's have a look. I can't find it. Has it all gone already? Probably. Yes, it has. Yes, Inks. That's something I have already done, actually. Going back, looking at this ship, there is a sensometron here that says how much railgun ammunition is there. If there's not very much of it, only target huges, and if there's loads of it, target huges and bigs. And that definitely helped a lot. That's why my ship is able to keep up with rocket production, because the railguns are taking a certain amount of the pressure off them, and the build along here is quite capable. It seems to be very, very capable of keeping up with railgun ammunition levels. So yes, agreed. It helps keep the rocket production requirements a little saner and a little less horrific. So yeah, that is indeed a very, very good idea. I'm glad I thought of it. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's much to be done on this ship. There's nothing to be done on the ship until it gets back to Norvis, or at least back to the solar system, where I can start adding more stuff. However, oh yes, Fulgora. I need. Yes, the Yakko has done absolutely nothing. Flight to Fulgora. Right, this needs passenger presence on everything, just because it's a manually controlled ship. So we'll do passenger present there and there. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Right, fine. Then when it gets there, I shall load it up with qualities. What qualities have I qualified? Oh, I've got some. Wow, I've got one tier 3 quality module. One legendary tier 3 quality module. Wow. And that is it. This has stopped for reasons. Because we're not getting any red circuits through. Fine. So we've got not a lot over here. We've got a few miscellaneous bits and pieces. There's a couple of... they're just tier 2 quality modules. They're boring. Okay, so we can't do anything else here until we get more red circuits flowing again, which is going to be when all the circuit stuff I was talking about earlier catches up again. However, over here I do have some quality modules. You know what? I'm not looking in those boxes. Let's do it this way. Quality. Right. Okay, so I have 4 epic 3s. I have a legendary 1. So that gives me a 2.5. That's 4.7. That's 3.2. That's 4. So I want those and those probably. 3.2 to match that 3.2. Okay. So the quality 3 tier 2 is worth a quality 2 tier 3. That's interesting to know. But not particularly meaningful. So yes, if I ship up that legendary one, those epics and those rares, and put them in a rocket. So basically, it's the. Hang on, are you actually any good? No, you're not. So it's just those and those, the 4s and the 3s of the tier 3s. So come down over. You are no longer automatic. You are going to have. Some of them, and some of them. See what we can fit in. This is going over to Gleba. Do we need anything else on Gleba? I don't think so. What does Fulgora make? So Fulgora makes recycling facilities. Oh, let's send some recycling facilities over. I'm sure I can make them here, and I might actually already be doing so. But if I'm doing quality stuff, I might as well ship over a couple of recycling facilities. Why not? And then some EM plants. Recyclers, that's that guy. Send over 3 of those. And then fill up on pudding. I mean, what are you guys? EM plants. There we go, that's full enough. So deliver the cargo to the Yakko. And we can then send that over to Gleba and unload it there. And with those, I can make some higher quality rocket turrets. Now, I'm going to be realistic. The chances of me getting anything better than uncommon, pretty small. But still, I think it's still worth it in trying to get. Oh, actually, Fulgora, you need to be back in Automagic. There we go. Yakko, you need to go to Gleba. Off you glebe. And wait there forever. But when you get there, unload those and those and that. Oh, I've only got one of them. Never mind. And those. So we'll ditch all of those onto Gleba when we get there. So we've got 4 epics. Gleba. It only takes 4 anyway, so I brought a little bit more than I needed to. Epic quality 3s. Boom, 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 boom. Right. So that will make me some more rocket turrets of an improved disposition, should we say. I could, at this point, then put in a recycler here and recycle some of these rocket turrets into something potentially better. And then I could have that and that. All right. And that and that. That. Right. So I want to make normal, generic, boring rocket turrets. However, I'm going to fill you up with quality modules too. And same with you. And I want you to make tier 2 rocket turrets. Because my expectations, if I unload junk rocket turrets or boring basic rocket turrets from here into the recycler. Oh, I should have brought more quality modules over. Damn it. Yeah, this needs to have quality modules in it as well. So this is not such a good plan. Yeah. Oh well. All right, you just run. So why are you not running? You don't have any gears? What? How have we run out of gears? What the bloody hell's going on? What? What happened there? I don't even. Can we get rid of those random gears, please? Come on, bots. Let's have some bots. Right, there we go. Some random iron on this one as well, so let's get rid of that. Problem with stacked belts is it takes a bajillion bots to tidy them up when there's a problem. There we go. Problem deproblemed. So now we can get that running again. We can now hopefully start to make some rocket turrets that aren't boring. In the meantime, let's take the quality modules out of there and put them into here. You are 4, aren't you? Yes. And then we can start this one recycling them at least. And start making some stuff that's potentially going to be useful. I'll put you there, and you are to be filtered to just rocket turrets. Where are rocket turrets? There are rocket turrets. Just generic rocket turrets. And only run when rocket turret is greater than 100. So we should always have, this makes sure we'll always have some of them in stock for when the place gets glebed, but we can also smash them up into, well, in this case, boring stuff. I know we've got some good quality ingredients coming through. You actually should not be running. No, go away. You should not be running at the moment. Because we don't have the quality modules to go in here yet, but we can make a quantity of of tier 2 parts, and then eventually I can whack some quality modules in here, probably these ones or possibly these ones, or maybe even these ones, and then try and get some better stuff out. Probably these ones actually. So just leave that to run for a bit, and eventually, yes, there we go. We can make some rocket turrets. Now there is a chance they'll come out better, but I'm just dumping everything into here anyway because there's a pretty high chance they won't. Actually, I could set that to only do basic level rocket turrets. And then any better ones will be brought out over this way, and I can put them in another box and then decide what to do with them later. I'll put them in a box here, actually, and decide whether I want to recycle them or not. Because at the moment, I don't have anything of a quality level. So I might be eager to just get anything, even a tier 2 is better than nothing. But if I can get this one to produce some tier 3s, that'd be even better. And if I can get it to produce a decent number of them before I come back and get with the ship, then maybe I'll put in better than uncommons into the spaceship. So that's got a range of an extra slightly under 4. So it's not much better than the generics, but it is a little bit better. So this one's got a range of 36. This one's got a range of nearly 40, but not quite. I don't know how the game works that one out, but we'll see. Yeah. So that should allow me to accumulate some better stuff. Oh, look, a load of, wow, some epic parts have come through. Okay, well, that's worth knowing about. It's not enough to build an epic rocket turret, but still, that's very good. I'm impressed with that. I guess the dice just happened to get rolled very, very well. Over here, so far, nothing. So far, 2 uncommon rocket turrets, and a smattering of epic parts. Let's just let it get on with it. Similarly, over on Fulgora, I'm going to need to produce some good stuff. So but this is where we want the laser turret. Can you make a laser turret? No. Okay. Just wondered. You never know. So it's going to be one of these machines then. And I reckon we were going to start off with... Let's just go with epic laser turrets. And then hopefully that'll just start working because I've wired it into the chests. Yes, I have. Excellent. So now we'll get the bits in for that. And yeah, we can make some epic laser turrets. Sweet. And I'm going to need quite a few of those, so I'll just let that run for a while. Okay, the edge is still outside the solar system. It's got 700 megameters left to go. So it's going to be quite a while before that gets back. That kind of sucks. I was hoping to fiddle around with that a bit more. But otherwise, we still have a science shortage. What do we have a science shortage of today? It's the agriculturals. Lovely. Is Gleba actually working properly? And it's just that we're getting through stuff quickly because Gleba is now the weakest link. Yes, Gleba seems to be working pretty nicely. Oh, we've got some starvation going on here. Could do with more nutrients. There's a lot of nutrient coming through here. Did we have a hiccup in the nutrient supply? Or is this just making eggs is just really, really hungry on the nutrient front? Okay. Yeah, so we've got they're all working now, making the science. But yes, it is just that making eggs requires crazy quantities of nutrients. Over here, everything seems to be working. That's lovely. Okay, so yeah, Gleba seems to be working nicely. You can tell by my tone of voice how surprising I find that. But yeah, it's working well. Nothing is jammed up. We do have rather a lot of bioflux being fed round. But that said, we don't have very much bioflux being added into the supply. So we are this seems to be pretty well balanced. We are feeding in a quantity of bioflux at the top. Most of it is getting used up to make science. And then we're recirculating the stale stuff round and around and around as required. Looks good to me, to be honest. Oh, and we've got some additional machines over here that can make it, but that's a top up. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm okay with that. I think this seems to be working quite nicely. This machine is it's not feeding it because it can't get rid of its spoilage. That's fine. Yeah, I'd say Gleba looks pretty good. I mean, we've got a plentiful supply of the bacteria down here. These don't seem to be running very quickly. We're obviously not using the blue science up as fast as we sometimes are. It is... Actually, no, I take that back. It is being steadily made. So we have a lot of it, but it is being steadily made, and yet we don't seem to have a massive flow of the copper and the iron coming through. So it just seems to be ticking over nicely, to be quite honest with you. You can tell by the way I'm looking at this in a sort of a slightly side-eyed, suspicious way, looking for whatever is going to be most broken, that I'm very suspicious when Gleba seems to be working. I've also noticed just how red I am on my webcam, and I feel I should say that's not because I've been in the sun all day, it's because my microphone has a big red light on it. I was going to say if I turn it off, I'll be much less red, but actually I'm not. I think that must actually be white balance from on the webcam then. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn the light on because it's getting a little bit gloomy in here. And if I turn the light on in here, then I'm a slightly more natural colour. There we go. That's much better. So it is now officially at that point in the year where I don't have my light turned on at the start of the stream, and then halfway through have to go, oh wait, I need to turn my light on because it's got a bit gloomy. So I guess that means it's nearly summer. Hurrah! Oh, and I should have said hello and welcome, Silcoper. I see that was your first comment on this channel. So yes, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you here. Right, I'm a little bit annoyed with myself that I didn't bring over more quality modules because this is clearly not sufficient. Have I got any more than this? Oh, I've got another 4. Okay, so I actually can fill this machine up as well. I couldn't remember exactly how many I brought over. So if I do that, then I can do this when the modules arrive. Like that. And then that. There we go. So now we can start trying to make tier 2 rocket doobies. And I don't know where to put those. Let's put them. We'll put them over here for now, because they're probably going to mostly be tier 2, like that, which is better than a poke in the eye with a blunt stick, or better than poking the biters in the eye with a blunt stick, but not quite as good as the sharp sticks that we're hoping to roll up a few of as time goes by. Yeah. So we've got in fact, if I hover here, we've got a 16% chance of getting a quality tier boost, and the same here, and up here we've got a slightly better 18.8% chance. So yeah, most of what gets produced here is not going to be particularly amazing. But oh no, there's a 3, so you know, sometimes we're going to get better ones out. I think I'm probably not going to get to use these epic parts that have been made, because I don't think there's going to be enough there. I do need this to run faster though, because the limiting factor is very much the rocket launcher production. So let's give that some speed modules. Just make that run a little bit more crazy quickly, and then hopefully we can churn through, make our rocket turrets a little bit more quickly, because this is a bit pathetic. 10 seconds to make one of those, and 10 seconds to make one of those. But I've taken this up to almost 3 times speed. Okay, so they're nearly balanced, because it takes 4 rocket launchers to make a rocket turret. No wonder the rocket turrets can fire so quickly if they've got 4 rocket launchers inside them. Okay, so yeah, that's going to work a bit more nicely now. We'll get the rocket turrets through a bit more quickly, and hopefully that'll mean they'll get a few more better ones coming through. Edge is still on its way back. It's going to be a long time till that gets there. That's sort of... It's not fine as such, but it's at least expected. Why have you gone to Fulgora? Don't go to Fulgora. Why is that command in there at all? I have no idea. There's probably a good reason for it at the time. I have no idea what that was. What that reasoning was at this point. Okay, so we're going to fly you back over to Norbit, where you can use up all of this glorious promethium you've gathered, which is a lovely quantity of promethium, isn't it just? Oh yes, I remember. I switched the ship over to having it just be this guy that grabs the promethium chunks, because I was not catching it fast enough. So that's going to help a bit. Actually, is it just that one, or is it just always that one? Oh no, it's this one will always grab promethium, but the rest of them will grab promethium and other stuff as well, so I'll get even more of it coming through. Excellent. So this should fill up nice and quickly, and not need to fly out anything like as far into the depths of the beyond. I could give it its additional engine, but I probably took that out for a reason. I'm kind of loath to put that back in again. And it's pretty quick anyway, quick enough. As you can see, we are ripping nicely through our physical projectile damage. There we go. We have a steady, sustained science speed, say that several times slowly, of 7.3, 7.4 thousand. That's not too bad. Okay, 6,800 at the moment. Yeah, 6,800 to 7,000. Let's call it 7,000. What's a couple of hundred between friends? But it was able to peak all the way up to 13,000 when we had all of the machines pre-primed with science packs in them and just running. So that shows that the labs I've got are capable of 13,000. However, my feed of science packs, even when the agricultural science packs are not an issue, is only actually capable of about 7. So yeah, that's not something I'm going to change, because I can't get the science packs brought in faster than that without doing massive sweeping changes to absolutely everything, to an extent that I don't think probably isn't even possible, given the limitations of having all of these inserters round a landing pad. There's not really room to get everything that I want to out of this landing pad, which is it's a thing I'm not so fond of with Space Age, should we say. And that's got 7.5 minutes left. What are we doing next? Then we're doing some laser damage, which is going to take forever. Jeez, okay. Low density structure productivity, also going to take forever. Artillery range, pretty bad too. Let's chuck this in at the front and just do some research with absolutely everything, because that's always fun. And a research productivity buff would also help quite a lot with this one, and this one, and this one, and so on forever. Look at the other ones. What else have we got? We've got a mining productivity, which is going to be incredibly cheap. So let's chuck that in second, because it'll finish in seconds. And you know what? And another one. The steel productivity is pretty good too. Basically, anything under 100,000 is going to finish quite quickly compared to the things that I actually want. Follower robot count. That'd be incredibly fast, but I don't use follower robots, so I don't care. That's expensive. Artillery doesn't need to be faster. Doesn't need to do more damage anymore. Range would be nice, but it's expensive. Plastic bar productivity, maybe. I mean, it's all being produced on Gleba from fruit and dreams, so it doesn't really matter too much. Rocket fuel productivity, always a good one, actually. That might be nice to do a bit more of that. In fact, maybe instead of that guy, let's stick a rocket fuel productivity in. And it's only 57,000, so, you know, we'll bump it to the front of the queue like that. I should put it... Let's put it there. Yeah, it's probably fine. And yeah, doing that one will help a bit with getting science to happen a bit more quickly, or a bit more quickly and a bit more generally productively. And I do have a decent amount of Prometheum science down here at the moment, and the fingers crossed has just arrived back and is getting eggs brought up, probably, which means it can then start to chew through all of the Prometheum it's gathered, and we can start to, and we'll have loads and loads. There we go, they're the eggs, and we'll have loads of these science packs available. These are full of prod mods because that's what we need with it, really. We want to make as much science out of the Prometheum as we can because it has to come from a very long way away, and storing it is tricky, as you can kind of tell from the way I've stacked it up on these belts like this. Yeah, so we can bring a load of that in, ship it off, to, fill up the everything, and drop the science packs down. Now at the moment we've dropped most of them because that's fair enough because we are actually using them at the moment. But this ship is just going to sit here until virtually all of the Prometheum has been used up, and it's got full supplies of everything else, which it basically has. Yeah, you can see all the ammunitions are now nice and full, which is good because we're sat in Norvis orbit where there's very little resource available coming in. Fortunately, I don't think we need any resources while we're here. While it's just sitting here like this, because we're using fusion in order to generate power, so we don't need water to generate power. We're not. What else do you use? Oh no, just bits and pieces we've got on board. Okay, so. Yeah, we are using no resources at all while it's sat here. It can just load up the belts, so that's quite good. This ship holds about 16,000, I think. Let me just check that for you. Yeah, 16,000 is the. It turns around and starts. No, it stops gathering Prometheum when it gets to 16,000, so the belt doesn't fill up and go nuts. Currently, we have it's still got 16,000 left, apparently. Oh, yes, so it's 16,000 up to about here, and then it fits a bit more along the belt all the way up here, but not an absolutely huge amount. And then, yeah, the belts wind their way back and forth underneath each other, and that means we've got a bit more storage in the available space than we would otherwise. Now, the eagle-eyed among you might notice that you can technically use belt weaving to get even more stuff into a given space than this. I have done the let's just call it obeying the laws of physics belt weaving, which means there aren't any belts where a belt would logically have to go through another belt because that drives me up the wall. So over here, for example, this yellow belt clearly goes underneath this red belt, and that's fine. Whereas if you do, I said yellow, I meant blue. Whereas if you have this sort of thing, then that upsets me. Technically, doing this would allow me to have more storage space in here, but somehow this red belt has to go through this blue belt, and I dislike that as a concept. So I haven't done that. I've just done nice stacking where yeah, as I say, the blue belts go underneath the red belts and so on. Or over here, these blue belts can happily go underneath these blue belts. That's fine. There's no breaking of the laws of topology going on there. Oh, here we go. We found some more eggs so we can make some more science. Lovely. And that's going quite... I was going to say that's going really nicely, but then suddenly it dropped off to about 0. So clearly we've run out of something. Oh, it appears to be green science and red science. Come on, for goodness sake. That is the Asimov? No, it is not the Asimov. What's the Asimov do? Why is it called Asimov? I've forgotten my puns. I don't know why some of my ships are named the way they are. I don't even know why this ship goes to Fulgora. Oh, it's the Foundation ship. That's why it's called Asimov. I remember. It's not the... Yes, it is the Coke. What are you waiting for? Apart from Christmas. You're waiting for more green science? You're waiting for another 4,900 green science. What the hell, Vulcanus? What's going on? Or was the ship full? Oh. Right. Yeah, I have plundered the entirety of the Blue Belt supply. Why is this slowed down so much? So these are... No, it's not that. You're running. You're not running. Yeah, we've run out of sulfuric acid. There's 100 in the pipe. Oh. That's a weird problem to have. I wonder how that happened. Because they were clearly working beforehand. Oh, I copy-pasted across to put all the same modules in all of the machines. So that meant that they gradually used up the sulfuric acid they had stockpiled in themselves and then stopped working. So that's a stupid problem. Okay, stupid problem fixed once again. So right, that can now start running and producing me those blue circuits that are so desperately needed. You know what? Let's put in a preference here to output priority to the right, because I think it's more important to get the rockets flying with the science packs than it is to ship out the blue circuits, especially as I've got up to 3,700 up here already. So I think, yeah, we'll do that. That'll be better. I feel like this should be a blue belt for no real reason, apart from I've got plenty of blue belts on this planet, and this is really slow, and it just looks wrong. I've got a blueprint for this, an upgrade, a green print for this, actually. That goes always green, that's the blue one. So, yeah, let's just upgrade this guy. All the way over here, la 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 la, and then all the way up here, la 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 la. Tumty tumty tumty, right, like that. I don't know if I'm ever going to actually increase the amount of belts I'm producing to a level that makes this remotely worthwhile. Belts, circuits, to the point where it makes it remotely worthwhile. But, you know, blue belts are cheap. They are just iron and a little bit of lube, so I think I'll just do that. All the way up. And, hey, this belt has gone solid because the blue belt filled up. Okay, fine. Can we do this one as well, do you think? That'd be nice. Okay. Yeah, so there we go. Now we have a nice solid belt coming along here. So the green, we are able to make some rockets for bringing up the green science. Oh, I thought I heard a things have been damaged noise, but no, I didn't. Okay, so this is filled up with green science, of course. So this is ready to go immediately. We're building another rocket nice and quick. That's good. Like to see it. So that can go. Well, as soon as that's gone, we'll immediately start filling up the next rocket while we're still building it, in fact, which is good. So I say immediately. Maybe it's when the shutters close, like that. There we go. So now we can start filling up the new rocket just as we finish off building it. I've got 2 boxes worth of green science here, so that fills up nice and quick. The next rocket emerges, and probably by the time it's finished emerging, it'll be ready to launch. Yeah, there we go. And then rinse and repeat. Rocket launches. The other one is the next one is half built already. There she blows. 70%. 76, 8%. 80% built. The doors close. In fact, it's going to be finished before they even had a chance to start loading it. That's quite impressive. That the next rocket is finished before the previous rocket has finished going through its entire launch shenanigan. I'm impressed with that. That's the wonder of having a couple of several beacons affecting the. There's 3 beacons affecting the rocket silo. That's not bad. So there we go, and it's ready to launch again, basically immediately. Yeah, we're just chucking these rockets out as fast as we can. The animation is the part that takes the longest on this whole system. This is why there are 2 silos launching the yellow science on Fulgora. There we go. So that closes, and immediately opens again, probably. Yep, there we go. Next rocket comes out, loads up. By the time the rocket emergence... Oh, okay, so this needs to be a smidge faster so that the rocket, it finishes building the next rocket before the previous one actually launches. Okay, well, that's sadly slightly beyond our capabilities at this point. It's so very close, but not quite there. You get 80, 8204, 6, 88, 90, 92, 94, and it's done. No, it's not. And it's done. But the animation is playing. Oh, that's kind of awkward. But okay, at least we're chucking the science packs out nice and quickly. The no, not the nurse. The Coke is probably now reasonably happy. No, we still need another 923 green science to be brought up, and there is room for exactly one more rocket of stuff to be brought up here. That's a bit closer than I like to cut these things. Maybe some of this stuff should not be in there. So let's get rid of those and those. They can be dropped down to the planet. The foundries we do want to have up here. Oh, I see. It's slightly overrun with the foundries and the drills and things. So that's why there's a little bit too much up here. And the belts. And basically everything that's been brought up is brought up slightly too much of it. Okay. Oh well, there's a little bit more space down here now. So now we've got everything, it's filled up, it's got all the science packs it needs. You can fly them back over to Norvis and we can finish off that done research productivity research that I decided would be a good idea. True, speed module 3s would help. Don't they require something weird? Don't they? I've lost track of what's... Yeah, oh, no, they're actually doing tungsten carbide. Okay. Yeah, alright, let's upgrade them to speed module 3s because it would be nice to be able to get these out a bit more quickly. So, speed 3, bip, bap, bop, bop. Yes, that is the noise made when upgrading speed modules. Interestingly, the red one won't be quite quick enough because that's got 2 beacons affecting it. This one doesn't. This one has 1, 2, 3 beacons affecting it. So this one, actually, let's move this across from there to there because then it will get both of these. The grey, I don't care about quite as much, but I could put one in here, I suppose, and make the green even faster. The grey I don't care about quite as much because we don't tend to need as much of that to be delivered because most of the sciencey time we're not actually doing grey science. That said, this is a grey science using one. This is grey. This uses grey. This uses grey. This uses grey. So at the moment, quite a lot of the stuff I have queued up does use grey science packs. Yeah, great. So the Coke has now reached Norvis. Lovely. So it can drop all those juicy science juices down. Yes, it's got rid of nearly all. It's got rid of most of the red and most of the green already. It's still chucking stuff out. What's it launching this time? Yeah, more green, red, and grey. So it's probably dropped a load of those off. Then those have then got put out onto the belts because they're empty. So immediately we're short of them again. So we need to immediately drop more of them. So there's going to be a lot of science dropping going on, and we're probably going to run out of. Well, it looks like eyeballing it, I was going to say it looks like the red is the lowest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, the red and green are about even, which makes sense given that it would run out of both of them. So, yeah, I suspect we'll probably unload both of those, and then it can head back off. Oop, there goes some more red and some more green. Yeah, so it'll run out of those, and then zip back over to Vulcanus to go and get some more. And hopefully load up even more quickly next time. Okay, that seems to be running quite nicely. Yeah, there we go. The research speed is picking up again. 96% done. Speed is 720 to 800, 900, 1,000. Yeah, going up and up and up and up. That's what we like to see. So this should finish off pretty quickly. Then we can move on to whacking through some mining productivity researches. Those should go really, really fast. The only reason I'm doing them is basically because they're there. So we're doing 7,500 per minute when it's running nicely. So these two should take about 2 minutes each, maybe a bit slightly less than. This one's going to take less than 10 minutes, and so on. Then we'll get back onto the slower ones again. Okay. That's pretty good. 78. It is entertaining watching these time estimates dropping visibly before your very eyes, because It's like watching a download, a BitTorrent download when it's just connected and it's connecting to more and more and more seeds and just going faster and faster and faster. And there we go. That's that one finished. And now mining productivity 15, immediately getting a doubling of the science speed, I think, because the research productivity sciences take twice as long as the others. So that should then go a bit faster. Oh, thanks for the resub, Madman. Great to have you around. So you've been subscribed for 9 months this time. Thank you very much. Good to have you here. And hello as well. Welcome. It says you've resubscribed for 1 month. I still don't entirely understand what these numbers mean, because it says, but yeah, 9 months. Thank you very much. Right, there we go, up to about 9,500. That's pretty good. That's because of the extra research productivity increase, I suspect. And it's still going up. Wow. Yeah, so good, speedy research is going on here. Yes. Going pretty well. I've got the Edge heading back into the into system for another upgrade, because it's still only got 1.5 gigameters out, and it's a bit slow doing that. So while it's on its way back in again, I'm messing around with trying to make some better things and just sort of squishing bugs as they appear. And a lot of the bugs unfortunately can't be squished quite as automatically as I'd like. So now Vulcanus, here we go. Nice quad rocket launch going on here. Just what we like to see. Whoosh. And then yep, over here. Okay, so those are finished. So the doors don't close, as someone just said. Rockets come back out again. We can load that one up. And okay, we can't quite load the rocket up before they finish emerging, which is it's a shame, but not a serious shame. Then we launch another set of rockets. Only red and green this time, I think. Yeah, only red and green are needed in quite the quantities we're ripping through those in. So those launch, but we've already finished the next rocket, so that's now running as fast as is reasonably possible. So I'm happy with that. So we can chuck these out as quickly as we like. We could possibly speed it up a tiny bit more by having a third chest and inserter on each of these, but that feels, to be honest, that does feel a little excessive even to me. Also, I would worry that we are pulling through the science packs a little bit quickly, I think, at this point. It's 5 stacks, isn't it, per rocket? And we've got rid of... Yeah, we are definitely... That's less than... I'm not quite sure if this supply is keeping up with the consumption at the other end. But if it isn't, it is just a case of putting speed modules into these beacons, and probably something similar for green science down here. Oh no, speed modules in all the machines for green science. So yeah, I can easily get a bit more speed out of these if I need to. But at the moment, they seem to be running quite nicely. Interesting. The green rocket has pulled ahead of the red rocket. They should be absolutely identical, I think. 1, 2, 3 beacons affecting that one. 1, 2, 3, 4 beacons. Oh no, that's why. There's a 4th beacon affecting the green rocket. There we go. I've not prod modded the science because copper and iron from lava are so cheap that it doesn't feel worth it. I could put productivity modules in here, but it would just slow it down. And I could compensate for that by having twice as many machines, sure. But it just doesn't feel necessary. As long as my lava processing down here can keep up, which it can quite happily, as you can see, there's no real need to increase the speed. Oh, I see. Yeah, you can put in productivity modules and beacons. Yeah, but then you end up using a lot more power, and I'm okay with power at the moment, but nah, this seems fine to me. Oh, the grey one's launching again. That's weird. It's weird because it didn't launch the second time, but it launched the 5th, 6th, whatever at the time. Maybe it's just down to catching capacity on the ship up here, because it's got loads of silos for the rockets to land in, and we had so yeah, not sure why that was limited, but it apparently was. So we are still throwing science packs up at quite the rate. We need we need 2 more rockets of each one, and then the ship will be ready to go. The science supply at the other end is keeping is staying okay at the moment. The reds and the greens tend to be the first ones to run out, and they are okay. So, yeah, I think I might have got the numbers about right at the moment. Now, there is a risk that somewhere along the lines we're going to have a buffer that's going to struggle for whatever reason. But at the moment, it seems to be doing pretty well. Okay, so we ripped through both of those mining productivity researches. We're now on to the rocket fuel productivity, and then we can get back to weapon-related ones. Yeah, sure. I just thought it'd be nice to use up some of the agricultural science before it all goes off in the box, because at the moment it's down to 46%. Yeah, which means it's just not very effective. Oh, the red and greens are running out. Okay, so the Coke is still here, still waiting for a little bit, still waiting for another one of each rocket to arrive, which are on their way. Doot, doot, and doot. Doot. There we go. So now it's set off. But it's not quite enough. I think this is probably going to just run out before the ship arrives. So, well, I tried, and the ship went basically as fast as it possibly can. But it's still not quite enough to keep up with the rate we use these science packs at. That is crazy. So yeah, science is basically always going to be limited by running out of something. It's just what the something is seems to vary quite a lot as we go along. Now, rocket fuel productivity is a relatively cheap science. It just uses these four and the agricultural. So yeah, impressively, purple science hasn't been a problem so far yet. It looks like all the massive upgrades with all the speed modules and beacons and things that are shoved in all over here has actually been enough that the purple science is now keeping up, which I'm honestly quite impressed by, because purple science has been an issue for quite a long time. So to see that working is very nice. Are we going to get the red and blues? Yeah, oh, no, that's red and greens. Nope, that was some blues. There we go. There's the red and green science arriving in en masse, and there it get dumped in here. But unfortunately, over here we can see that sadly we've run out of red science packs. Only just, to be fair. I don't think it ran out by all that far, but it did run out. So yeah. Oh well, never mind. Here it arrives again, and yeah, we can start checking it out back out again. So, actually, interestingly, it doesn't seem to have registered on the science speed just yet. We're still trucking along at 7,000 per minute. And we're now starting to feed the science packs back in again. So, maybe there was enough buffer on the belt and in the machine. Oh, no, there we go. There's a dip. Here comes the dip. It's just a slightly delayed dip. Shucks. Oh, well, never mind. We got quite a lot of science done, I guess. We did a decent amount of this one before it failed again. I feel that another rocket research pack would be a good idea. It's just all of these are a bit cheaper. I don't know if spending 79,000 in order to save on the 128, 256 and 256 is worth it. Probably is worth it. Let's pull those through. Also, I think this means we start using the science packs at a slower rate, because this takes 120 seconds per. Although, that said, I think I have roughly twice the labs I need, so it's probably not going to make that much of a difference. We'll see. The science is all... Oh, no, never mind. That's science production somewhere else. Never mind. We've talked about that already. Okay, and that's filling up now. So yeah, all is now back to the way it should be with the science. Let's go back over and have a look on Gleamer. How are you getting on? So, you've managed to make a tier 3 and 20 tier 2. Well done there. Over here we've made another tier 3 and 6 tier 2s, plus another 9 tier 2s over here. So the tier 3s, okay, well, what's the range of a tier 3? That's an important question. Range is 43, so it's another 10% roughly. That's not bad. It's going to get me a little bit of extra reach on the rocket. So that's good. The question is, what do I then want to do? Basically, the question is, when do I start recycling the tier 2s, trying to make more tier 3s instead of the tier 2s? And I think not yet is probably the answer to that one. Maybe once I've got enough to fill the to fill the front end of the spaceship, we'll recycle any excess ones from there. Okay. I've not used quality all that much. So my character has a quality, an epic armor, which is just taken off by mistake. And in that, he has some rare exoskeletons, epic roboports, and that's about it. So there's a few upgrades in here to make his armor a bit better. I've also used quite a lot of quality stuff on this spaceship in particular. This is the one that is my never-ending attempt to actually get out to the Shattered Planet, which has so far not managed to get out to the Shattered Planet, unfortunately. But this has got a load. It's got a legendary asteroid collector. It's got some legendary machine gun turrets. It's got quite a lot of high-tier things like furnaces, foundries, and beacons, and assembly machines, and so on, all trying to desperately get this ship out to the Shattered Planet. In hindsight, I wish I'd started playing with quality a bit sooner, particularly just racking up a stockpile of high-quality turrets, or not even necessarily high-quality turrets, just slightly more quality turrets. Because, for example, looking out on Gleba, if I'd always had some quality modules in here, then having made enough rocket turrets to go all the way around my entire factory on this planet, then I would have loads of tier 2 quality 2 rocket turrets just sat in a box somewhere probably, and I'd be able to just because they've been made as sort of as a byproduct by a machine setup like this, and then I'd be able to come in and think about maybe upgrading some of them further. Basically, it would cut off one of the big slow bits that I'm now having to do from scratch. Oh, and also speaking of, on Fulgora, I've been trying to make some quality lasers. How's that been getting on? I've made rather a lot. Stop it. Stop running now. That's enough of that. Thank you very much. I've made 76 epic laser turrets, so that's pretty good. Should be enough to keep to set up that ship nicely. Railguns. Well, I've put in quality modules here, so we've got 2 high-quality uncommon railgun turrets. I'm not going to start recycling these because Aquilo, basically. I've also been making higher quality fusion generators and also fusion reactors so I can get a bit more power out for my for that spaceship as well. I've got some quality modules. Yes, you see in here, these quality modules are quite quality because I wanted to have as high a chance of getting quality stuff out as I could. So yeah, there's some quality going on, but only to a certain extent. Mostly because I think getting quality superconductors is a bit of a faff. So I've not really done that very much. Yeah. Yes. So yeah, I'm trying to basically at the moment I touched on this earlier in the stream, but I think quite a lot of you probably weren't there at the time. But with the Edge, my plan is to basically upgrade as many of these guns as I can over here to higher quality ones, and also increase the number of layers of depth I've got, and that's why I need the quality ones to get the extra range. In theory, and frequently, the standard guns are just about okay, with the possible exception of the bullet turrets, because the railguns have a crazy range anyway, a range of 40. That's fine, and they have to be at the front. Rocket turrets have got a decent range of they've got a range of 36, which is enough that you can put them some way back, and they've got good coverage like this. And the epic bullet turrets are pretty good as well. They've got a range of 27. That's plenty to clear up the mediums that are coming through. And even a basic laser has a fairly decent range. So all of that, absolutely fine, really. We don't need longer range weapons on the front for a normal ship. However, when you get out to a certain distance outside the solar system, the rocks seem to come in so thick and fast that it's not that you need extra range. It's that you need more guns to provide enough firepower to deal with some of the small stuff that's coming out. And so I need to have more guns available for dealing with that. Because you notice over here, we've taken some was going to say we've taken some damage, but it seems to have managed to repair itself. Over here, we've taken some damage. A couple of these turrets have been hit by rocks coming in from wherever. Presumably because the guns around here have just run out of capacity to take out some of the small rocks that have been on their way in. And so that says to me that I just need to have basically more guns. That's why the title of this week's stream is More Dakka. I just need to have more guns around the front of it. And in order to have more guns, you need to fill up more space with guns. And that means some of the guns are going to necessarily be further away from the front line. So that means you then need longer range guns. And that means you need higher quality guns. So yeah, better weaponry up here is going to be absolutely required in order to break through the 1.5 gigameter barrier. Hopefully it'll be able to get all the way. We shall see. I don't know how confident I am on that, but I'm cautiously optimistic. The ship is doing reasonably well. I might also try and produce a bit more power on it, but because we do have 625 megawatts available, and supposedly, I can't see what's been produced in total. I want a total graph, but I can't see it. Because I'm pretty sure there are occasional blips where occasionally some of the weaponry loses power. So let's watch this guy over here. Yeah, you see there his electricity bar over there on the right occasionally dips down slightly. Now, I don't know if that's just from it firing and that's how a laser normally recharges, but it bothers me a little bit. I don't know. No, 625 megawatts, not milliwatts. 625 milliwatts wouldn't be very much. The maximum I can produce is 625 megawatts, but I don't know what the maximum I have produced. I don't know what the highest point on these spikes is. And that's got up to 258 there, and 238 and 268, 258. Yeah, okay, so that is still under 500. So maybe actually the power generation is fine. It's just that is the natural what's name when a laser fires, that its internal battery depletes a little bit until it charges back up again. Maybe that's fine. Oh, sorry. Cam color. Right, there we go. So when I hover over one of these laser turrets, you can see the electricity bar blipping downwards as it goes. Now, as I say, maybe that's just a laser turret discharging its internal battery, or maybe that's a laser turret having trouble. I'm not quite sure. Oh, is it reloading, you say? Okay. In that case, that's not so bad. I don't. If it's just reloading, that makes sense because it did say over here that I have oodles and oodles of electricity. Well, decent amounts of electricity. These aren't going above 500 megawatts, and this says 600, so I think it's probably all right. Okay, good. Thank you for that, Inks. That is reassuring. I appreciate it. Stop it, Google. Bad phone. Right. Apparently, every so often my phone thinks I'm talking to it when I'm not, and I was indeed not. Okay. So we've got the laser turrets here. Let's put that. No, let's not put them in a rocket just yet. There's no point. So I want to fill up. Right. Let's have a little. Let's let the ship get a little bit further, a little bit closer to the solar system before I start going fiddling with it, because it's just really noisy at the moment. Research productivity going nicely. So the nice thing about me having more labs than my science unloading system can keep up with is that when I'm doing a research productivity research, it can carry on running at full speed. All the packs can get used up. That's a nice sort of side effect that I hadn't really considered. So down here, we can see that, I was going to say most of the packs are being used up. That's not actually true. There's quite a few of them coming through. Even the agricultural ones, interestingly. But we are sciencing with almost all of our might. Okay, this guy over here has run out of reds, apparently. Oh, good. And when they're being fed in over, you know what? I kind of don't care. It's gonna run at the speed it runs at. It's not worth babying it too much and trying to get the last sort of few percent of research speed out of it. I don't think. We'll just let this run, and in a minute and a half that'll finish, and we can go back to slightly easier researches. So how is the cross doing? pretty well, actually. So we've got through most of the promethium that we brought back with us. There's some eggs arriving, so we get rid of a bit more of it. We are unloading the science packs, the promethium science packs, as fast as we're making them. Okay, but we still have another 2,600 promethium to get rid of. And the reason I've set this to 300 rather than 0 is so that, whereas it's to me, I was going to say it's so we don't throw quite as many eggs away, but who cares if we throw some eggs away? It's not like they cost anything. Let's change that to a 0. So make sure it's used up all its promethium. And then it can leave and it can chuck the eggs overboard. That's fine. And then a few of them will hatch, and these lasers will deal with the biters as they come out. It's a bit weird that the biters are quite happy surviving in space, but oh well. What can you do? Right. So yeah, that's fine. Still waiting for that one to come back into system. Over on Fulgora. We were waiting to see if the blue circuits would catch up. So there we go. The blue circuit. Okay, we're producing yellow science at a rate of knots at the moment. But the blue circuit, the yellow science is being produced. It's currently limited apparently by the rate we're making these things at, which is really limited by the rate we're making batteries at. That does ring a bell. We did have. I remember seeing a battery shortage in the previous stream, but. As long as we've got enough yellow science, I'm trying not to care. I still care a little bit, but I'm trying not to. But that might mean that over here we are okay. That's running. Oh, did I turn this off while I was? Yes, I turned this off while I was waiting to get more usable modules because I stole them all for the other systems. Okay, where can I get some quality modules from? I don't know. Time to import batteries from Vulcanus. I like the way you think, but I'm also mildly horrified by the way you think. Alright, that can go into there. Well, one of them can. Then those can come out. We can see what quality modules we have available here. Quackle. Qual. Right, so we'll put you're a 1.9, you're a 1.6, 3.8, nice. 3.2, 4. Okay, so we'll put these in we'll put these in absolutely everything that needs them. So that means you and the rest of you. Can we get one in here, perhaps? Oh, no, it's still there. It needs to be pulled out of there. Right, there we go. Now we can get that put into here. You're not full of nonsense. Why are you not running? Oh, we've run out of superconductors. Okay. I mean, superconductors are made on this planet, but not over here because they need holmium, and we don't have holmium over on this side of the planet. So, yes, I have a quantity of superconductors over here, but I need to bring them over. Okay, right, let's bring the Yakko to Vulcanus, and I shall fly over there and I shall fly over to Fulgora and bring some of those over by hand. Or, actually, you know what? It's probably time. The time has come, the Walrus said, to link up my Roboport networks. The Walrus also said, do I have any quality Roboport? Does a quality Roboport do what I would like a quality Roboport to do? Roboports are in here. Roboport. No, it doesn't increase the coverage. It doesn't increase the coverage distances. It does increase the number of robots you can recharge, or how fast it'll charge them, rather, and its health, but nothing actually useful. Okay, then. Right, so give me a Roboport. Can I? Oh, they're gonna need power as well. Okay, give me my thingy blueprint. No, game blueprint. Robogrid blueprint. Robogrid is not initialized properly. Robogrid is not in use on this planet. Okay, I'll put you there. And then there. This is going to be a somewhat inefficient way of doing this, but never mind. Right, so now, because I need to bring the foundation here, the Asimov, sorry. We need to, oh no, we've requested a foundation. The Asimov has not been here though, so I need you to go to oh, you're at Fulgora. No, you're not. Go to Fulgora until passenger present, sure. What? Why are you, is there a rocket on its way up? No. Go to Fulgora. Have you not got any fuel? You've not got any fuel. What? What has happened here? Why is there no carbon? What is going on? Why have we not got any carbon? Carbon is made here. Split out. Some of it goes up here to be made into explosives. Fine. Oh, I set a priority. And that has broken everything. Here is a carbon rock. Can we shoot it, please? And then grab its goodies. Grab it by the goodies. Plus. Oh, we think we've got enough. Oh, there's enough cup. More O's. Right, okay. I see what's happening here. My programming has failed. Bleep bloop. So we've got these running until there's a shortage of carbon on here, but there also needs to be a longage of carbon down here. So I'll bring a cable from there to there. No. Let's bring a cable from there to there. Why is there one there? I don't know. Oh, enable, disable. Right, okay. And I'll bring one to read, hold. And then I need to increase the number of carbon we're aiming for over here from 100 to 500? I don't know. Let's try. So there we go. Now we're going to overflow on sulfur. No, we're not. No, we're not, because we're just doing the carbon recipes. There we go. So now I can chuck a load of carbon down here. It can come around and be turned into fuel. Excellent. That's not a huge amount of carbon, but... so, yeah, that number I put in there, not enough. Make that 2,000. Basically, I want to fill up the... I want to fill up this belt and find out how much, what that number is then on, and then I know what to set it to. So we'll just chuck that through. It's fine. We've got plenty of carbonic chunks. We don't mind wasting some. There we go. So now we've hit the required amount. This circuit is set to has 1,400. So let's set that to 1,300. There we go. So they'll all stop now, and we can stop throwing carbon overboard. That'll probably be all right, because there isn't room for 1,300 carbon up here. So I think that should sort this. It should allow this to work. There we go. Now the engines are humming. So we can head over to Fulgora and unload a load of foundation. In fact, I don't need to put a passenger present in there. I can put a inactivity of 10 seconds, and then it can clear, and then it can go wherever. Right, so we'll fly that over, dump that onto Fulgora, and then we can start doing this, blip, blip, and there'll be one under here, and then actually I should go over to the side here and save a little bit of foundation, but I do want to get up, to over here eventually. So let's go back and carry on building those things. So RoboGrid, I'd like to put you in. Okay, maybe I'm not going to use the RoboGrid over here. So copy you. Can I put you? Yeah, if I put one of these on the end of this thing, and another one here, and I'll need large pylons for this as well. Like that. Do I have cliff explosives on this planet? I actually don't know. Probably not. I must do down here, I think. But yeah, so when the where is it? The Asimov gets to Fulgora, it's going to take a while. It'll unload. Please don't have unloaded it onto Norvis on the way past. Oh, phew. Good. Because it went from, I think it was it might have been at Vulcanus, I'm not quite sure, but it went, yeah, it went via Norvis, but fortunately it didn't drop the stuff off there. I could import batteries from Vulcanus. That seems a to be honest, it'd probably be easier just to make them on this planet. The sulfur is relatively easy. I'd probably find I ran out of iron again if I tried doing that, though. I just need to process the scrap faster, I guess. Maybe do a little bit of pre-sorting to bring out the good stuff, or the common stuff, like cogs and maybe something else early on. Right, so that'll allow me to then start building this, which will allow me to link the two robo networks together, which will be rather nice, because then I can actually bring over those. I can bring over some of these. No, well, actually yes, but I don't know what they're doing in there. I can bring over some of these from here over to the other island, and bring over the higher quality ones as well, and drop them in appropriate places, just to get a little bit of a head start on all of the higher tiers of quality module I'm trying to make. Asimov has arrived. Excellent. Foundation. That's ice. Foundation has not yet arrived. Probably. Foundation has arrived. Yeah. More foundations are arrived. That's carbon. Right. There we go. Foundation is being flown over now. Blip. There we go. Now this one can be built. And then 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 this one. And then, oh, that one ran out of island here. That's a shame. Oh, well, still needs to go in. There, and there, and whoop, there. That's not going to be quite close enough. I'm going to need to put one there as well. That's a shame. Oh, good point. The lightning collectors, yes, because you're right. Yeah, the owned bots. Yeah, the bots get struck by lightning. I hadn't thought of that. Oh, that's annoying. I was going to say, right, that's easy. I'll just grab the lightning conductors, like this little guy, and drop one of those in, like that, and that, and that. It's already been struck by lightning, in fact, and that, and that. But yeah, you're quite right. I may end up needing to put a few more of those in. In order to keep the bots safe. Yeah. It's a little bit annoying. Have I run out of roboports over here as well? I bet I have. Ah, physical projectile damage. That'll help a bit with the spaceship. Well, this is my quality production area down here. I don't know how I feel about using it for low quality production, but I think I am going to need to build more roboports over here because I can't get. They're being built on the other side, but I can't get them from the other side at the moment because it's too far away and not covered. And then the roboport networks aren't linked, and the foundation gets dropped off here. So yeah, steel plate, gears, and advanced circuits. You know what? Let's just repurpose this. So instead of making rocket silos, let's have you make roboports. Because you totally can. Everything you need is going to go past. Oh, look at the amount of trash that's left on the output here from stopping making rocket silos. That is ridiculous. I'll just unload all of that again, I think. And I'm going to blacklist rocket silos. No, roboports at the moment. So we'll just unload everything out here and then dump it. Ideally, dump it back onto the belt where we can, like this. Should probably be a stack inserter, actually. See if that gets upgraded before it's too late to be any use. Alright, and then over here, yes, we can make roboports. Hurrah! Bing. And remove them by bot for now until I have time to, until we've got rid of all of the other trash that's built up in here from making the other things. It's a shame this steel can't just be moved from here to here, isn't it? I mean, come on, it's already in the machine, but no, that's not allowed. That's too difficult. To be fair, there's a decent amount of everything coming through on this belt here of miscellaneous stuff. True, bots do take dumb paths. Yeah. Oh, and I've run out of lightning conductors anyway. I think I'm pretty sure I've run out of lightning collectors as well. I have down here. What about non-epic ones? Just generic, boring, standard lightning collectors. No, L. L. Search for light. No, I've run out of lightning. Everything's. Grr. At least I have over here. There's probably a load in the other place. On the other side. Steel, copper cable, and stone bricks. Are there any down here that are a bit superfluous? Not really. It doesn't go out quite as far as I'd like it to be honest. Oh, there's these two guys over here. You're not doing anything. Don't care about the cliffs. I do care about removing those. I think I was probably trying to bridge this gap with pylons. Although, if I was, I didn't do a very good job of it. I probably could get across there and fill this up with additional accumulators, but I haven't. Surely that's... Okay. Fine. And be like that. I feel like it'd be very, very useful to be over on this planet where I'd be able to do all of this stuff slightly more automatedly. Although, at the moment, let's just get this built up. And then once it's built, I can then, hopefully over here, I'll have some useful stuff that I can branch out that way with. Yeah, there we go. Over here, I've got 82 epic light. Oh, they're epic lightning rods, but still, they'll do. In the meantime, over here, I need to get rid of those. Oh, you know what? I've done wrong here. I should do that and then that. Because then as this builds anything, it'll unload the robot. The robot ports get unloaded into here and actually used. They just won't get dumped out onto this belt here. What are you mocking at this point, Inks? I mean, I assume it's me trying to put the wrong thing in the wrong machine, but I don't remember what I put in the wrong place. Right, there we go. So we can get, we can get these robot ports placed. Worst case, I lose a couple of robot ports. Best, well, and we'll see how we get on. So let's upgrade all of these to, well, that one's fine. You can have an upgrade when you're ready. You can have an upgrade when you're ready. You can have an upgrade when you're ready. And they'll put one of these in here and here and well, for the rest we shall have to wait and see. The frustrating thing is there's loads of roboports in the storage systems over here because I've been making them. I just can't bring them out because there's no. Well, actually, I should be able to. No, I can't place that one because I don't have the cliff explosives. Put it there, I guess. But then that doesn't help because it's still out of range. It's well, I mean, I could do that and then go. Oh no, I've demolished a lightning conductor. Ah, we've now got full radar between them, so I can go along here and finish off my intentions. You got one. You get 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 one. And you've got one. Boink. There we go. And we don't need that anymore. Yeah, I'll see what the bots do, what sort of path the bots take, and then put in some more of these along the route they're taking. Oh, I see. Yeah, so it's having the steel in the outputs rather than in the input. Yeah, but it's still all in the machine. I see what you're saying. I don't know how I feel about it. Foundation. More foundation. Okay. Doing 2 at once. Oh yeah, I suppose we don't actually need this roboport up here because those two will link together. But we do need this power cable up here. I think. Because there to there is too long. So I could put another pylon in the middle, but I'm not gonna. This is fine. An extra roboport up there won't hurt anybody. Oh, that bot's ready to go up. Oh, have I actually linked the... Oh, no. Well, there we go. We've got the very edge of that just in the roboport range. Boom. What? No, don't put that there. That's unnecessary. And destroying that is unnecessary for the time being. Right, so there we go. We have a link. There we go. We're upgrading the... putting in all of the tower things now. There's lots of bots flying around to do goodness knows. Oh, right. Yes, okay. They're pulling stuff like all of the... Yeah, they're pulling some of the junk that I've collected from over here, like stone and whatnot, away to go where it's needed. Okay, so now we can see the sort of routes the bots are taking and how much that's going to cost them. Can I have a slightly better lightning rod? Like that. So put one of these in. Put one in. No. Put one here and here. That's presumably a bot getting wrecked. Yes. And here. There we go. They don't need to be plugged in. Oh, actually, I need more. And I'm not going to be able to... Yeah, the bots are taking a rather dangerous route. Yeah. Can we have some way of automatically grounding bots at night, please? I guess they're being grounded by being put on the ground by the lightning. Have we run out of... No, we can't have run out of foundation. I sent hundreds down. No, there's a load. There is a load here. We're just waiting for it to get built. There's a yellow bot on its way out there. Oh, it's going to that one, presumably. There we go. That's pretty good coverage. But they're still going outside it, because of course they are. I can't improve the coverage. Well, I could put one there, I suppose. I can't improve the coverage very much with the positioning of the roboports as they are. One more there. There we go. It'll basically do. So yes, the reason I did all of that is now I keep hearing phantom bot death noises because paranoia or something. Right, over here, let's put some of these in there. And in there. And let's put some tier 2 ones of them in. Put some more tier 2 ones of them in here. And put some tier 3 ones of them in here. Only like 20 of these, I think. And should I put tier 4s in here? Let's put in 10. Then there's a chance that we'll get things working with a bit more nicely. Actually, this should be a green chest, and it should be forever asking for them. So let's do that. Actually, no, let's not. Let's do this. Let's approach this manually, because if I leave it, if I just let it run, then we'll see all of the superconductors will end up over here out of that box, and we won't have any to load in a rocket that needs to get whenever it needs to go out to Fulgora. No, Aquilo. So let's not ship them all out over here. Let's be slightly sensible. Slightly. And right, here we go. We are now making slightly more qualities. Quality? Quality. And I can decide whether to keep the tier 3s that come out here or not. I always have that option. Oh, there's some tier 4s there, even better. Why are you going that way? Don't go that way. Go that way. There we go. So that tier 4, those can go into here, bit like that. And we'll gradually upgrade stuff here as and when we can, as and when suitable modules are made. But there we go. That's my construction. That's the quality module churning once again. So we'll get some decent quality modules out of here at some point. Now, are there any other tier 3 quality modules that I could? Right. So there is 1,100 of these sort of scattered in the. Right, okay, in that case, let us... Yeah, 11 those, right, so that's a... Bring 50 over and put them in there, and we can just churn them round immediately. And, you know, same over here. Just get them, there we go. Churn those through. They came over very quickly. Were they over on this side of the world? Maybe they were. Yeah, so we'll churn these through, get them recycled. Get them hopefully upgraded a little bit and see how things go from there. I'm thinking this calls for an additional crusher though, because this is too slow. There we go. Wait, no, it doesn't. This calls for it does rather, but it calls for some more of these like that. I think those are the best I've got at the moment. So I'm using at the moment. I've just put in a module for which there aren't any. Okay, there aren't any more rather. So you're getting 4% from each one. 2.5, 3.2, 3.8. 1.9, 1, 1.6, 3.2, 2.5, 1.3. Okay, so those are the best modules available. It also needs a piece of belt. There. There we go. Those can all get put into the appropriate boxes. Right, so this is churned through those a little bit more quickly. We still need more of those to be dealt with, though, because there's a lot of them available in the system, just in general. Oh, there's a 2. A 2 has been made. That's a good start. All right, the edge is still outside the solar system. It's down to 12, 11, 10,000 kilometers left to go, or 10 megameters to go, almost 10 megameters. No, 110 megameters to go. Sorry, I can't maths. That's still miles. Miles in a hyperbolic sense, as opposed to. Oh, you know what I mean. Oh yeah, you're right. It does. Thank you. Right. Yes, that's now a system. That's now a system that is working. Let's go and have a look at Gleba. How are we doing with rocket turrets? We have made 5 rare rocket turrets there, and 1 there, and 12 of the mediums, and yeah, some have been made. They're not amazing, but some have been made. We're still making rocket turrets as fast as we can, and then just crunching most of them up, turn them into trying to turn them into slightly better ones. So that's 1, 6 tier 3s so far, which is not quite what I'd have hoped for. But actually, this should be a that or greater. Oh, I can't do that or greater. Actually, what I can do though is I can say or take out a rocket turret of tier 3, or a rocket turret of tier 4, or you know what, a rocket turret of tier 5. It's probably not going to happen, but there is always a chance. And so that means it'll always take these. Actually, I could have just blacklisted as well. That would have probably been easier. But never mind. That'll unload this machine properly, and yeah, we can have all the right things in all the right places. We're using the blue science up faster than we're making it. That's a concern. That, I guess, means it's time to up my blue science production. So over here, the theory was that these would be perfectly balanced, as all things should be. And I think they are. So, therefore, If I want more, I need to put in more rows downwards in the swamp rather than building off this way in the dry. But that's okay. So let's take a copy of that and put it in there. Okay, there's a thingy in the way, but never mind. We'll just overwrite it. Boom, like that. Why is there a belt going upwards? That's for the... that's for that steel. Oh, okay. So that belt that comes down... The other one that would have been underneath... Let's try this again. With more certainty and less just dropping things in and seeing what happens. Why are you out of... Why are these thingies out of whack? Because this is supposed to be here. That's why. No, it's not. Oh, okay, right. It's just that one that's out of whack. Got it. Right, so I've put that there. What's that belt carrying? That belt is carrying just steel. So I can but it's carrying steel down to the bottom as well. Okay, let's just put that in like that and overwrite that. And this when it arrives, is going to be enough to power that thing there. So that's all right. And then I can bring in another steel belt from here. So this feels a little bit silly because down here we have steel available here already because I was feeding it down in a slightly weird way. So in fact, actually, you know what? Let's undo that. Let's remove this. And instead of that, I'll put in a splitter there and there. And then rotate that like that. That goes there. That goes there. And then, yeah, so we now have we've now sort of nudged the bus of where the steel is over this way a bit. So I think that's probably fine. Otherwise, are there any other inputs? There might be a bit of a shortage of iron plate coming through here. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But otherwise, I think that's a reasonable expansion. Now, possibly I should be putting speed and productivity modules into all of these machines. I think that's going to be the way to go for this. So let's have a look. I've got productivity 2 knocks off 10% speed, and a speed 2 puts on a speed 1. Well, wow, these are all massive overkill for what I need. Because it only takes speed down by 10%. So okay, I guess I could put in 2 of these and a speed. Well, it could be a speed 1 at that point. But I don't think I have speed 1s available. So put in a speed 2 and just accept that these machines are going to be idle some of the time. So I'm going to put in 2 of these and 1 of these. And then copy that to all of these and hope desperately that I don't run out of power. We'll take a look at the power in a minute and try and work out how bad it's going to be. Now, worst case, the emergency fusion plant kicks in and stays kicked in. And I say worst case, it's not a great thing to happen to be using the emergency power supply, but it might not be the end of the world. I don't know. Okay, yeah, power. Power is currently fine. However, power on Gleba is not as simple as look at the power graph and see what it looks like. Power on Gleba is largely produced by the rocket fuel over here, and I think it's probably all right, to be honest. I'm not too worried about it. These are kicked in, interestingly. What are you controlled by? Steam. Okay. Oh, they have all kicked in. Right. So yes, we are using. Well, we're using the rocket fuel. That's fine. It's what it's for. I've got 14,000 steam. Let's see if that stays appropriate. Let's see. As long as that doesn't go down, then the system I have here is capable of hanging on, of dealing with whatever rate of consumption we've got going. So probably okay. Apparently my something is, I've run out of landfill. Fine. That's going to be the Glebed, which is currently sat here in, what are you waiting for? Oh, okay. Blue circuits are not being produced quickly enough on Vulcanus. I will admit, I kind of saw that coming. Turn that off, because horrible. How are we doing? We've got 3,800 actually. So we are just filling up 4 rockets with blue circuits. It's just that's taking a little while because we don't have very many logistics bots on this planet. Okay, so in a minute we're going to launch 4 rockets worth of blue circuits, basically almost in parallel. And that's probably... How much do these guys carry each? 300 each. That's a weird number. But okay, that's 1,200. It was waiting for 1,000. So, actually, no, I take it back. Vulcanus is fine producing these things. It could just do with a few more robots to allow them to be transported to where they're needed. So if we go back to the Gleb, we'll see up here we've got all the landfill we need. We've got the blue circuits arriving now. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. One more. Boom. There we go. So now that can head back over to Gleba and unload the landfill and apparently the blue circuits, and then all will be well. Meanwhile, that has exposed a bit of a problem on Vulcanus. It's not got enough logistics spots. It's got 15 logistics spots. That is ridiculous. Making these requires making flying robot frames, which is going to be a faff. So, which is my resupply ship for Vulcanus? It's going to be the Magma, isn't it? Yes, the Magma. So, I want you to also go to... What are you waiting for? Oh, you're waiting for inserters. Interesting. I want you to go to Norvis, and when you're on Norvis, I want you to collect 200 logistics bots, and stay there until all requests satisfied. Oh yeah, you're waiting for those. And there's not enough on the planet. Why is there not enough on the planet? Have I done something dumb with production of those things? Here we go. Yes, I have. Because these need jelly. And I removed the jelly supply up here. Because there was previously a belt going all the way from here down here with the jelly. And that seemed a bit silly. So I've got two possibilities now. One is to put in a blue chest here that will ask for jelly to be brought over, and then try and find some way to keep it fresh. Or probably better, no, the opposite of that. Oh, no, this requires quite a few things actually. Yeah, I think it is going to be bot the jelly. Yeah, that's a shame. I was thinking the alternative would be to take these away and take the bulk inserters away and then turn them into stack inserters up by the jelly, but I'd have to bring all the other ingredients as well, and so yeah, I think botting the jelly is going to be the way to go. Now let's try and come up with a clever way to do it. So let's put in a request a chest here. They can indeed, but I'd rather not bring it over if it's not needed. So you how do I auto trash one particular type of thing? I could trash unrequested, but I could request an arbitrary quantity of these. That would do. So those, yeah, let's have 200 of them, and then now I can trash unrequested, and I'll get rid of the spoilage from there. So what I want to do is run a cable from there to there, but I want to stick in a decider combinator here and say if those is less than 50, then output jelly. One jelly? No, probably wants to be more than one. 10 jelly. How many jellies does it take to make one? 10 jelly. Okay, so it's going to be slow, but it'll work. So I then link that to there, and that to there, and that to set requests. There. And then if we can get that delivered, I'd appreciate it. Are we not making those on this planet? I think we are not making those on this planet. Okay, so that's a decider combinator. Let's just make decider combinators. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? Decider combinators is copper cable and green circuit. Copper cable, green circuit. Take it out there. Put it in a box. Oops. That comes up there. Goes under. Let's go across and across. There we go. And you run until circuit network contains. Where are they? I found them a minute ago. There we go. Decided combinators. 50 of them. Yeah, sure. 50. Why not? Right. There we go. Oh, and enable disable would work as well. True. Yeah. Oh, I could have connected directly across then. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, that would have been slightly more elegant. Oh well, never mind. Right, then up here we put in a red chest. Somewhere, and I'm trying to decide where, because I've put it in. It needs to be somewhere along here so it can grab the jelly, but I would like it to be able to dump gunge to somewhere if as and when necessary. So I could put it there. No, I couldn't. I could put it there and have it drop the gunge onto the other belt down there, or here we go. Put it there. Right. And then we put in a, let's just use a blue inserter here, so as not to go absolutely nuts. Yeah, so as not to go absolutely nuts. I'm going to put it that way first, and I'm going to have another one there, and you're going to be filtered to only spoilage. So this will take out the jelly once it goes off and turns into spoilage, so we can get rid of it like that. Apparently it needs power. Sure, you can have some power. This one is going to filter to jelly, that one, and it's going to connect to the logistics network, and it's going to enable when jelly is less than 0. So that should mean it'll run when there's demand, I hope. Doesn't seem to be working though. So down here, you are, oh, you're not requesting jelly. Yes, you are. You are requesting jelly. So there should be -10 jelly on the logistics network because I've requested some. So this should see a -10, but it's not. It's seeing a 0. So logistics network jelly sees none. Okay. Do I need to? Oh, maybe I need to wire it up directly to a robot port, which there is one right next to it. That's convenient. So wire you up to there, and you read logistics network requests. So that means on here we're now seeing more than 0. Okay, so we can set that to greater than 0, and that should work. Oh no, circuit condition, never mind. No, circuit condition when jelly is greater than 0. Sometimes you do see negative numbers in the network when there's things being requested, or maybe it's only when bots are go on their way to try and take away more than exists. I'm not 100% sure, but you can definitely have negative numbers on the network. But no, what I actually wanted was the read requests and use that. So that's now working. So now we get the jelly brought down here, like that. It gets put into here. And it's a bit slow, and it's going off really, really quickly, so maybe these numbers should be a little bit bigger. I say going off really quickly, it's 107, 8 a minute left, maybe. There we go. So yeah, we're churning through quite a lot of it now, and it's working, but it's horrifically slow. So let's change the number here to 30. I don't know why 30, but it seemed like a suitable number. Right, okay. This is something I was meaning to do quite a while ago, and I just hadn't got round to it. But, yeah, oh well. Basically. That should now work. Yeah, yes, we're bringing stuff around the base by bot. I don't like to do that, but in this particular case, I don't think there's really a realistic other way to do it. The problem with this, however, is it's bringing jelly that's already mostly expired. Look at that. There's only 15 seconds left on that jelly. So actually, let's pull that out and find somewhere better to put it. Like up here where the jelly is fresh and the... Yeah, I think... can't put it there. There's not going to be ever going to be room to unload. Could put it... No, that won't work. And the jelly isn't even guaranteed to be fresh here, because it doesn't flow all that steadily. It only flows when it's actually needed. The only place it's guaranteed to be fresh jelly is here. We could go from here, but it's a lot further for the bots to fly. But I think that's probably better. Power. Power. It's a lot, yeah, the bots will have to fly a lot further when the jelly's pulled into the system up here. But I think that's probably going to be worth it for having jelly that isn't going to expire in like 20 seconds. Over here it's going to have a few minutes. Maybe 3 of them if we're really lucky. Oof. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Inks. Yes, it's when there's when they're doing that. Oh yeah, and I need you to output requests. There we go. Num 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 num. And I think even with the flight time, that's probably still going to be fresher by the time it arrives down here. Given everything else it requires, yeah, it needs to be after the circuit production. Oh no, it doesn't. No, circuits are brought to it. Circuits are brought in on the spaceship rather. Carbon. It needs to be after carbon fiber though, which is here. So I could have put the production in up here. Where actually, that's a possibility. I could pull some of the carbon fiber up from here to about here, and then fly in the green circuits, and then bring the blue belts over from this belt here. That's kind of horrible, but it would. No, I think what I've got now is bringing the jelly in by bot is fine. We won't complain about that too much. Also, you need a trash unrequested to get rid of that. Get rid of that spoilage. Spolage. Okay, so we've got up to 28. That is a start. It's about halfway to what we need in order to launch the rocket. So if we could have some more, that'd be very much appreciated. Thank you. And how fresh is this when it's arriving? Okay, so yeah, it's still on nearly 3 minutes, which, given we're making dry ingredients, is absolutely fine. I don't really care exactly how fresh it is when it arrives and when it goes in. It'll do. And when this finally gets up to 50, we'll launch a rocket, and then it'll get up to 50 again, and eventually it'll calm down and stop running. So yeah, I think this is okay. It's not my favourite product build I've done, because I don't really like having the jelly being flown around by bot. But it's only relatively small quantities, and at this stage of the game, I think I'm kind of okay with that. Ah, the edge is back in system. Right, you. I want you to go to. Actually, I want you to go to Fulgora first. So go there until passenger present, sure. And we're going to send up a rocket full of laser turrets when you get there, and bullet turrets. And I think that's it. I think that's all we're getting from Fulgora. Then send you back over to Norvis, where we'll plan the rebuild in an area where it's safe, and you're not going to get pwned by random rocks floating through the sky. And then we'll probably have to go to Vulcanus for more foundries. But you know, we'll head over there once we've got everything else we need. Right. So. Bang, 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 bang. Right, this is basically fine. It's doing the Aquilo to Gleba and then to come back out to Fulgora because I didn't get to it quickly enough. Fine, I don't care. There was something that was waiting over Gleba for something. Oh, it was the magma, wasn't it? That was waiting for the waiting for those stack inserters. But why was I waiting for the magma? Oh yes, so we get the bots. We're probably going to get those fairly soon now. I've got 47 of them. Oh, piss off, get lost. I mean, it needed to be fixed, but having this ship waiting for ever to get just for another 3 inserters. I should have sent that off ages ago. But I didn't. Oh well, c'est la vie. But I should have. So yeah, now Gleba is going to easily be able to catch up on inserters. 49. How far are you? What are you building up to? 500. Okay. Yeah, I guess 50 probably isn't actually enough. Let's say 200 over here. It's more than a rocket, I think. Yeah, more than a rocket, but it means there's going to be some spares. Yeah, we'll leave that running then. Volcanus is probably not requesting the Logibots. No, I didn't get around to that bit of it. That bit of the what's the name? So let's do that. Over here, we would like to have some Logibots. Let's have 100, and then we can put a Roboport in right next to the doohickey. There's Roboport. Copy. Boop, like that. And then we have an inserter there. And we connect that to there. And we have you read robot statistics. And we output when, we run when, where is it? Available logistics spots, so X. When X equals is less than 2 or something like that. Enable when X is less than 3. I don't know. I'm making these numbers up as I go along. Can you tell? Also, no, don't set filters like that. Also, do use filters, but not like that. Use filters like this, and only do Logibots, just in case the construction bots come in as well. We'll do that. I might want to wire them up separately. Right. So there we go. That'll put more Logibots in the system whenever there's some available. Whenever they're in here and there's a shortage of them. So it'll take a few runs for it to sort of stabilise at a sensible number of them in the system. But when it does, it'll calm down a little bit and be sensible. So meanwhile, Magma is over here, presumably waiting for Logibots. Yeah, it's got 200. It's got 50 up so far, and they're just being sort of pulled together down on Norvis. At least it should be. Oops, 100 have arrived. Okay. Norvis should be pulling them together. Yes, there we go. Logibots fly over to here, and then they get unloaded into this chest, like that. I think that's a reasonably neat way of doing that. It feels a little bit silly, and then you get Logibots carrying Logibots to a rocket, but you know, it feels a bit silly, sure, but it does work, and so I am okay with it. That's, I think, my 3rd rocket of Logibots, so that's going nicely. Edge has reached Fulgora. Excellent. So now we can go down to Fulgora and we can say, well, you need some good guns. And so we would like to put in, over here we have 9 good guns. 9? Why is there only 9? What the hell? What's been going on this planet? It's been trying to build these things for ages, and we've got up to 11 of them. Now they're building really quickly. Oh, is it? Ah, it's just requested. Yeah, the ship requested a load, so they got flown up automatically. So where is it? The over the edge has now pulled up. Yeah, it needed some replacements for those 2, so it's requested a quantity, and there's 50 on the way up. Okay, that's kind of okay. I think 50 might well be enough. How many? So across there, that's 17, but it's going to be, let's call it 30. I mean, a few more, so 40. Let's have another stack of 50 brought up. I would like to say a rocket's worth of those. And I think I was making tier 4 lasers. What's a rocket? A rocket is 25. 50 of those as well, I think. Select, request. Oh, derp. From Fulgora. From Fulgora, tick. From Fulgora, tick. There we go. So we can get those. In fact, let's make that 100. because I think I'm going to use quite a few of them in building this up, especially if I upgrade the ones down the side, which I don't technically need to do. They should. I think the ones down the sides are now pretty much okay, but I probably will anyway, just for sort of sake of completeness and keeping the ship in good condition and not getting it wrecked. So you can bring those up. Is there anything else being made on full? Is there anything else that we need to upgrade on the ship? I have lost. There's the edge. So we've talked about all of the guns. I think if I switch to 3 legendary asteroid collectors, that would be better. So we'll have some. No, actually, we'll bring that up separately. Legendary asteroid collectors. We'd like some of those. Down here, these weren't as fast as I would have liked them to be. So let's get some legendary, more legendary crushers up. Otherwise, legendary. No, I don't need chemical plants because I'm not going to be doing missiles. Assembly machines as well, though. So down here, right? Let's fill up a rocket. So I would like to have 2 legendary grabbers. Grabber legend 1, 2, and 8 legendary crushers. And the other thing I wanted was it's legendary assembly machine 3s. I'll let those be put in first, if we've got them. Have we got them? No. Okay, so somewhere. Yeah, you're supposed to be making legendary crushers. Oh, you've got 2 of them. I see. It's one of those. So you need to be set to connect and unload until crusher legendary is whenever is less than 10. 10. Right. So are you running now? No, because you don't have any electric engines. Oh, you're making electric engines. Okay, so that is working, just slowly as anything. Right. Yes, those are, but I'm going to put some more in. Actually, I could check to see if I've got any spares. I thought you were moving. I could check to see if I've got any spares up here, because I might have sent up more than I needed. No, I don't seem to even have the mundane. Oh, no, the 44 mundane is there. Yeah, I need some more assembly machines because yes, I'm going to put in even more ammunition production or bullet production because that is my limiting factor at the moment. I think so. The ship is going to get even longer, and even more ridiculous. But that's just how it goes. So yeah, I want some more legendary assembly machines. Probably. Let's say 8 of them. Furnaces, it's already got quite a few foundries, so we might be okay with that. Maybe beacons. Yeah, some more epic beacons would be good. And we'll see what speed modules we can pick up when we get back to Norvis. What have I got in the way of high quality beacons? Over here I have 10. Okay, we'll have those then. Got 3 so far. And also beacons. Yes. Oop, no. Beacons. 10. And assembly machine. No, not those ones. Legendary beacons. Try again. There we go. And legendary assembly machines. Right, that will probably more than fill the rocket. So there we go. That's now full. So we'll send that up to the edge and discover that it's cleared out my request. Has it cleared out my request, or are they going to reappear when it launches? I don't know. We'll find out. There's another rocket in this silo as well, so that's okay. Bring those down so we can start building more rockets down here, because I am going to need them. But we'll take away these blue circuits. Right. Do you get... Yes, you've got crushers still. Okay, that's fine. But I also wanted some of these. There we go. Oh, did I get... Maybe I got enough of those. Maybe they did get brought across and I just didn't see them. That is quite possible. No, they didn't. They didn't arrive. They just got removed from the list. That's unhelpful. But okay. I'm going to need a load of spaceship floor. I've only got 12 of that left, so we'll get some more of that in. In the meantime, you know, just for funsies, let's upgrade all of my lasers to epic ones. Wink, wink. Suddenly they have so much more range. This is getting colourful on this ship. Just all these things being upgraded to higher tiers, and then getting all the little dots at the bottom corners of them. Looks quite nice. Oh, Fulgora bots. Over here as well. Jeez. Okay, fine. Apparently, I need to put one of these in here as well, and I guess I might as well put one in here just to keep the coverage up, and here because why not? And maybe that'll satisfy it and stop, and my bots will stop getting zapped on the way through. Silly things. Hello, Scotty. Welcome. Good to have you here. Welcome to the stream. Sorry I didn't notice a few minutes ago when you said hi. I was clearly a little bit distracted by trying to convince my bots to do sensible thing. I don't know. I don't have an excuse. All right, how are you getting on? Okay, still waiting for those 5 legendary crushers, which is waiting for probably motors, which is waiting for motors, which is waiting for steel, which is not being put into it from anywhere. Probably because I did that and didn't then set it up to do things automatically. Story of all of this stuff, really. Laurence doesn't set things up properly. I think so. Yes, I do have some quality cryo plants. I don't have a huge number of them, but this ship is... yeah, there we go. There's 2 of the ones making explosives are upgraded, are legendary, but making, and that is, it's enough. It's fast enough, but none of the other ones are, because it's a bit of a faff making the legendary cryo plants, because I have to ship out legendary something, whatever it is they're made from. Have to ship out legendary processing units and legendary superconductors and legendary refined concrete out to Aquilo. The lithium actually is the easy part of that. The rest of it has to be made up from, has to be shipped out in legendary quality. So I did that. I did do that for these 2, but for more than that, it's a bit of a faff, and so I just haven't bothered. To be quite honest, didn't seem worth it. All right, this is actually working now, so. We'll hopefully have a few more. I know still haven't got the 5 we're waiting for. Fine. See if I care. How is science sciencing? What have we run out of this time? Is it yellow science? Probably is. Yes, it's yellow science. Who'd have thought it? Right, so that is the nurse is sitting there going, well, I don't have any yellow science. Well, she does. She's got to... Oh, no, it's pink science that's the problem. So it's not leaving because there's not enough pink. Okay. Pink science has stopped. Why you failed? Because you run out of because you run out of battery. You run out of batteries. Because we have jammed up the quality matron. Great. Because there's just so much quality stone, then I don't know what to do with it. I don't think quality stone is remotely useful. So let's pull out quality, what is it? We've got quality 3 stone in there. Stone 300. So pull some of that out. It'll go into this box. That will then... Oh, get it from the what? Oh. Can we not do this? I don't know where this is going to go, but it's just going to go into general storage for now until we deal with it, to crush it later. Okay, but at least if that's running, there we go. We can now start pulling stuff in off that belt, which means this then will have some gaps as it comes around here, which means that flows, which means things can start to kind of sort of mostly work again. Right, okay, there we go. That's unclogged the clog. Is there even any point in keeping tier 4 stone? Is there any point in keeping any of this stone? Tier 5, I suppose, can be turned into... No, because when we want to make legendary stone, we just have to feed legendary calcite into the things over on Vulcanus. So even legendary stone is of no use over here. None of this is remotely worth keeping. I'm just not sure how to get rid of it, essentially. Where does stone even come from around here? I suppose, concrete gets destroyed into stone, bricks gets destroyed into stone. I guess. Is that where the stone comes from? Stone comes from... No, used to... And there's no rail going in. Stone bricks, possibly, but that's a cooking recipe. That shouldn't produce it. Maybe it is stone bricks getting recycled into stone. Let's check, actually. Stone... So... Oh, from the basic scrap recycling, that produces some stone. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense then. Oh, yeah, so it does. You're quite right. Okay, fine. Well, yeah, we'll just chuck some of it. Let's have a green chest somewhere that has a load of basic stone in it. In fact, we kind of do. Let's have a green chest. Not you. No, well, no. Let's have a green chest somewhere, and you can fill up with as much basic stone as you want. 2,000 stone, please. And it's not going to get brought over here because yeah, okay, no, it's just not going to get brought over, is it? 'Cause it's going to come in along here. It's going to be it's going to be anything that's been recycled. Okay, so we'll remove you, put you in there instead, and put in an inserter that will load stone, just normal stone, into there. And now there will be some. Actually, that should be a red chest at this point. That will now be a quantity of stone available for when it's needed. In fact, hang on a minute. No, you're being an idiot, Laurence. You've already got that down there. Don't bother with that. Just destroy all of the stone. Do you need it for science? Oh, yes, you're right, this stage. Yeah, so it is already being handled and dealt with and pulled through as required. Yeah, okay, so I've already handled stone. It was just so long ago that I'd forgotten how I'd done it. Okay, so we're getting rid of all the tier 3 stone. Get rid of the tier 4 stone as well, because otherwise that'll clog stuff up, and I don't want any stone in the system. It's just there's no point in keeping it. I might be able to cook it into better stone bricks, but I've already got better stone bricks. I've already got better concrete. No, I haven't got better concrete because it gets into stone bricks. I'm making that elsewhere. So I've got better stone bricks already. In fact, I need to crush those as well. Let's take out the tier 3 stone bricks too. This gets a little bit silly over here. But, oh well. Right, so anyway, the important thing about it from all of that is that this system here is now flowing again, which means that this belt is flowing again, which means we're getting some batteries out again, which means they're coming over here and they're being turned into accumulators, which are then being turned into EM science, which means we're now starting to produce EM science packs, which means we're starting to put them in the rocket, which is 60% full. However, having just done all of that, we don't need very much EM. We've got most of it. We're 1,000 short. Let's go over to Norvis because it's the yellow science we've run out of. By the time we've run out of pink science, we'll probably be able to come. We'll probably got back to get some more of it, and we can let a little bit of a buffer build up of that. Meanwhile, in the past, when are we? Meanwhile, in the production of quality spaceship parts, let's look at this rocket because this is sort of the end. Oh, we've made one of them. Great, good job there. Have you run out of steel again? No, you've run out of gear. Are you just being completely manually... No, you're being... No, this is fine. Ugh, where now? Where have I missed? Why are you flying all the way over there, you lunatics? Fine. Have one there, and one there, and one there, and oh, that's a Fulgoran one. Okay, fine. Oh, went out to repair the bot because the bot got struck by lightning. I see. I wish I could show the in fact, no, the pollution one should show the your lightning coverage area, lightning protection area, because it doesn't show anything else. But it doesn't. I didn't say build on all those. Should build there. There we go. Put one there and one there. Protect, because it doesn't show anything else on this planet, so it might as well show that. Oh, I don't have Roboport over here. Oh, and that won't reach, will it? Of course not. Put that there. What was I doing? Oh yeah, down here. Why is this not making anything? So this has run out of iron, magic iron. I say magic iron, quality iron. Yes. Where's the quality street? Oh, it's gone over to Norvis, and then it parked there whilst waiting for. Oh, it's gone here to waiting for fuel. Oh, I've not got. Okay, you've got enough. Get rid of that. Go back to Fulgora. Oh, it's not got enough space on board to accept that. That's the problem. Let's have a bit more space on this ship, because that is a problem I don't want to have. Oh, doesn't have any of those either. Great. Well, it can head back over to Fulgora with its 47 fuel cells, which is a decent amount, and then unload all of this. And why are these oxide chunks going in here? This is not supposed to be happening. Did I not fix that? Apparently, clearly not, but alright. So yeah, you're only unloading. Yeah, okay, that should be better. Ice is going that way. Oh yeah, ice is just then disposed of up here. Calcite comes through here, and the oxide chunks get thrown away. Right, okay, that's kind of fine. Yeah, so it filled up with oxide chunks. So that's why it failed. But having a bit more space up here is not going to harm anything. Right, it's funny how bits tend to fall apart when you're not keeping enough of an eye on them, isn't it? Hello, Past Paper. Welcome. So yeah, I need the quality street to get back over to Fulgora, which is going to take a while because it's a very slow ship. But when he gets there, we can then unload this quality iron ore, and then we'll be able to carry on making those crushers. And then yeah, probably yes, but I think it triggers when the ship leaves a planet, so it's probably going to be all right. So it'll go from Fulgora, it'll go to Fulgora, it'll unload, and then when it leaves, it'll go, oh wait, I'm short of fuel, and it'll go to Norvis before it goes to Vulcanus. But now there's a bit of space on this ship because I've fixed the oxide chunk problem. So it should be okay, TM. Should. It would, yes. In fact, that's what I'm doing, and that's why it's broken. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes. Yeah, it does, but sometimes they sneak past the Oh right, yes, it will. So you're telling me about that. Yeah. So my plan was for it to unload on this side, and then load up on the other side, and that was kind of working. Except sometimes they sneak past and not get reloaded into the thing. So I changed it to have these inserters, and then forgot to remove that one. So yes, thank you. You are, yes, you're quite right. I thought you were making suggestions rather than telling me why it wasn't broken. Right, you know what? Let's fly the Edge. Have you got normal crushers? You probably have. Yeah, you got loads. You've got 3 quality ones already. Okay, let's fly you over to Norbit. Go, and then I'll do the rebuild while it's over there, and then we can go. Okay, now we'll come back to mumble place, Fulgora, to pick up the better assembly machines and the better crushers. Once I've put all the time and effort into rebuilding the ship, because I think that's, rather than just sitting there waiting, we might as well get on with it. I feel I've done that a few times today, where I've spent a load of time faffing around with something and then looked back at the ship that was waiting for the thing I've just finished or fixed and gone, well, actually, this might as well have already gone a little while ago. But, never mind. Like this one, the nurse was sent back over to take the yellow science to Norvis. And now we need quite a lot more of all the science packs, but it's going to take a little while to get those. But at least they are being, hopefully, made and shipped. So yeah, we see over here, we're building rockets. We have a quantity of yellow. Yeah, reasonable quantity of yellow. It's not being made quite as quickly as I would like, but it's kind of going. And then over here we've got up to and nearly a full rocket of pink. But it's going to be a very long time until the rocket can go because the spaceship can go because it needs 3 full rockets of pink. So science is going to take a bit of a while. Procrastinate. 100 times science run. I couldn't deal with that. That'd drive me crazy. 2700. What am I making out of curiosity? It's going to be about 2 per minute or something, isn't it? Here we go. 53 per minute. That's better than I was expecting, but still pretty awful compared to what you're aiming for. But then my build here is pretty awful. It wouldn't be excessively complicated to make this better, but it would be time consuming and a bit of a faff, which is why I haven't. I guess I could bring the railway in round here and unload the scrap on this side of the island now, and then I'd be able to extend this downwards with the foundations that I've started bringing in, which would make. And if I stretch all of these down, then I'd still be short of batteries, so it wouldn't help. Yeah, still just be short of batteries for the accumulators. It's weird how it's simple things relatively simple seeming things like batteries that end up being the limiting factor on these. And I assume I can't put productivity modules in there because you just can't. So yeah, it's just churned through with the accumulators that are being made slowly because batteries are difficult. Yeah, agreed, past paper. Is definitely going to be easy. I mean, that's sort of what I started off doing here. This was a separate base that was intended to make yellow science, and that works quite well, except it also has a battery shortage. Apparently batteries are just the limiting factor on Fulgora, it seems. Not all that long ago, the limiting factor was the iron from the gears, so I'm not quite sure why it's switched, but it certainly has. I have rather a lot of robot ports there. Stop it. What's it doing? Yes, so now we have the joy of redesigning a spaceship. Yay! Everyone's favourite part. So, first step did that and that. No. Fail. Yeah, okay, that'll do. Right, so we remove that bit. Then we go, okay, so I need to take the engines off at this point. That's the first step. So we'll take all of this and I'll put that over here like that, I think. Somewhere out of the way. Then I want to do the same with the fuel for the engine. So we'll take these bits out. Put them back in the same place where they were before, if I can work out where that was. Probably there, yes, there. So I can go there, fine. That wasn't a cut, that was meant to be a cut. So that was that bit. Did I get the belt across the top? I did not. I didn't get the pipes across the top either, oops. So we'll take out that bit, because that's what I actually took. Then we'll cut that. Plug it in on the top here, like so. Right, so that's the fueling in the engines and so on. Now, I do still need to bring all the rest of the stuff in. I do still need, let's put in a yeah, let's put in a belt that comes across here like this. What's going on there? Okay, well, they'll all be on the far side of the belt. So that's okay to get rid of that and do that. And then a green splitter in there, I suppose. Actually, better idea. Take that out. Have an underground. And then that can come in there, like that. And then any counts we have on this belt will work a bit better. Right, okay, so that's the ammunition bits being made there. Fine. Happy with that. Then this is going to need to find its way through eventually because it's for the fueling. So is this. What's this? This is presumably... That doesn't seem to be anything anymore. Okay, so we've got the water supply over here. That's also going to need to be brought in. But let's get rid of it from here. That can come through. No, it can't. Ah, that's why it did that before. Well, we'll put that far out when we come to it, which is what the water's for, obviously. Right, so this belt can come over this way, round the outside of the Promethium storage, over here. Nope, not that far. Not that far either. You can come through here. Okay, so that's got that over there out of the way. Fine. Now we've got a nice big open area here where I could put something. Maybe that'll be the... I don't know. We'll see. So for the moment, I'm going to take a copy of all of that. All of that. All of that. Start with that much of it. Right, so this could be stuck on the bottom of here about here where the belts go. Get rid of that. So I've got my got the rock chunk belt coming past here. That's fine. We don't need to bring in the carbonics. We just need to bring in the rocky one. The wait, what? Oh, there's another one down below that brings in the well, they get some metallics. Okay, take that. That goes in there. But we don't need that bit. So we're just going to be bringing in the carbonic, the metallics here. We don't. What's this bit? No, we don't need this. I might put more metallic asteroid crushing in there instead. We'll see. So this is going to bring in the metallics. You're not needed at all. Ammunition's going to be coming through here somehow at some point, like that. But we'll worry about that in a minute. Don't need you at the moment, but we'll come back. We may well later. Yeah, I think I don't really want to have to transport bioflux to any more places than I already am. That way, that sounds like it sounds like it's going to end in madness. I don't need any of that. I don't need the beacons just yet. Okay, so there we go. We've got the. In fact, you know what? Let's move this up because it looks silly like that. So put that there instead. Then we get rid of this bit. There we go. Belt goes in there. Right. So that looks pretty good from a point of view of this. This is going to allow us to produce the metal ores that are going to flow around here. The copper's going to get taken out, go into here, and it'll run on the copper recipe until this tank fills up, which is what we want. So we have some copper there, and we also want to do something with the iron that's coming through as well. Now there's a huge space available over here, so let's keep those. Let's put in another set of, in fact, move you from there to there. Let's put in another set of foundries over here, and we'll have these ones do the iron recipe. Iron. iron plate. There we go. No, the other way. Iron, molten iron, not from lava. Molten iron, there we go, from calcite. And then we'll have another pipe going down here. Like that. And I was going to put another tank in on the top, but it won't fit, so I guess I won't. Actually, probably it will if I do that. There we go. And then, okay, so I'm going to need to bring in the calcite. We've got calcite here, very, very conveniently. And we've got iron ore as well. Now, I've got so much... And the question is, I guess what I'll do is I'll run this belt down here. Actually, no, I don't even... So at the moment, I've got two machines making iron, one making copper. So, okay, let's put in two as well, like I did before. Like that. And I can run this belt down here. Like that. So that'll allow it to feed both of these. And then over here, I do the thing where I pull out some calcite. Calcite to the left, and then another one in there. And then over here, I guess I do this. I'm being a little bit less careful with space now. I don't know if it shows. But yeah, this big empty space in the middle here, I wouldn't have had that on the previous ship. But I'm trying to design a little bit more openly so I don't have quite the same level of crampedness everywhere. I don't think we need you at the moment, which means I can get rid of all of that. But also, as well as that, I don't want to redesign everything from the ground up. So I'm using pre-designed blueprints, for want of a better word, wherever I can. And in fact, I've decided this is the wrong way to do this. Let's move you from there to there. Because we're going to have the calcite and the iron ore going through here anyway. So I can now steal that for the, from the fuel supply like that. And fine, we'll fill in the gaps. So... And then, that means I can put the machines making the iron plates and the steel plates here. Now at the moment, I've got two machines making iron plates and two making steel. And with the sheer number of beacons I've thrown at it, that has been okay. So actually I've got enough here for that to do that. Yeah, so I've got 3 machines making copper, 2 machines making iron plates, 2 machines making steel. So those 2 can make iron, those 2 can make steel. Like so. Feed the steel out the bottom, iron out the top. The steel can join the copper, the iron can go into making bullets. Right, so then I've got 2 sets of, well, this. And they do seem to be able to keep up using the long inserters, which is a bit of a surprise, but it seems to work. So I guess we'll stick with that design. Let's take this one. It's already the right way around. I was going to say there's slightly less chaff around it. That's not remotely true. I've been missing some chat while I was thinking about things. Yeah, but I suppose shipping bioflux around isn't that hard. You ship it in exactly the same way as everything else. You just have to make sure you deal with it when it goes off, and then produce some more of it. So yeah, I can see that not actually being too bad. It's just another thing to send over. Making batteries in biochambers, yeah. I suppose, yeah, you'd be... I think I'd then start to run out of iron, but at that point you start dropping it from space, and then you can keep up somehow with that sort of thing. The problem I'm having is any of my ships, whenever I try and build something and say yes, we'll just sit this in orbit over the planet, and it will collect massive quantities of whatever, you then immediately realise that when you're in orbit over a planet, you don't actually get massive quantities of whatever. You only get small quantities of whatever, and it doesn't work quite as well as you hope. Right, let's flip that horizontally. I have a plan. So I put one of them in. I could put one in here, you see, and then I could put one in here, and they can run off the same iron belt on the way in, and the same sort of, and then split the joint steel and copper belt as well. This is going to be a little bit fiddly to fit this in here, and I probably should have done it slightly differently, but never mind. Let's see how it goes. Also, I should have put this close enough that it could have leached off these beacons as well. Okay, let's make another change. So I'll take all of this and move it to here. There we go. That's going to mean I'm going to have trouble getting the iron out. Let's put the beacons in later. Right, so iron can come out... actually, no, let's put the beacons in now, but slightly more sensibly. So I can put one in here, which is going to get nearly everything. But then I'm not going to be able to fit the one in here. I put another one here. And another one here, I think. Yeah, it's quite possible. In fact, it's quite likely that producing yellow science on Fulgora was a bad idea, should we say. I'm certainly not above considering that. It seemed like a really good idea at the time, I will say, because I had plenty of supply available. But just because something seems like a good idea, or because all of the ingredients were available, rather. But I am fully aware that just because something seems like a good idea at the time does not mean it is actually a good idea. But, you know, it seemed like a good idea at the time. So, put exerters in there and there. There and there. Don't need that. Do need that, apparently. There we go. Also need the exerters along here for you, and no, not you. Not there. Did I realise that... Yeah, oh, I need more than 2 inserters. I need more than 1 inserter, certainly. Two seems to be sufficient, though. Yeah, okay, fair. Yeah, Steam delay is like that. Stream delay is like that. Can I move this out and still be in range of the beacon? 1, 2. Yes, I can. Move all of this again. Uh-oh. Oh, what? I see. There was just a giant rock creeping slowly past this ship that didn't get blasted on the way in by the turrets at the top. Or the turrets down the sides. Huh. Well, that sucks. Oh, yeah, there's the rocket turret. The rocket turrets aren't... There aren't any rocket turrets down here. Okay, let's put some rocket turrets in down the bottom for the sake of safety. Oh, there was one. It just got destroyed. As did one on the other side. Why am I losing rocket turrets on this ship? There's plenty of rockets. You're going to have to go to Gleba now. Is that the same one? Yeah, it's the same one. It didn't ping again. Where are you at the moment? Is it... And what is it? Okay, it's Aquilo. So, yeah, we're sitting at Aquilo. And there's big rocks drifting in from the sides. And for some reason, my side impact protection turrets have been destroyed. I don't think I actually need these. Actually, let's get rid of that again. Yeah, so the ones up here should protect the front half of the ship, and the ones down here should protect the back half of the ship. But somehow those are gone, and I don't really know why. So I guess we need to stick you with a... Oh, and it goes to Gleba. So it'll go to Gleba next, and it can get some more rocket turrets, I guess. I'd appreciate it if it could get the bits and pieces from the lithium through from Aquilo, but that doesn't really seem to be happening. Let's head off to Gleba for safety's sake. You could be writing, But they should have been built because the ship flies to Gleba. And it's been leaving places, and it wouldn't have left if those turrets hadn't been there. There's possible a minimum range. So you think a rock, but yeah, but then a rock shouldn't be able to sneak past. It shouldn't be able to get through the donut into the danger zone in the juicy danger zone in the middle. I mean, it did clearly, but it shouldn't be able to, which is why I'm a bit surprised. And these turrets have a ludicrous fire rate, and it only takes 2 rockets to take out a rock. So, yeah. Unless it smashed one down into mediums, and then the gun turrets down here didn't do their job against the mediums. No, they'll shoot anything. Yeah, clearly some form of stealth rock. And this is one of the things, I think, one of the few things I don't really like about the spaceship system, in particular. I mean, it goes generally for Factorio, actually, but it's more noticeable with the spaceships, is that when something goes wrong, you can't work out why. You can't rewind and watch what just happened to try and find out. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe I just never put them in, or maybe I got some rocket turrets from Norvis or something, and I didn't have enough to put the ones in at the back, and I forgot about it. That is quite possible and reasonably on brand for me. No, this is the only ship with that with this design, unfortunately. I should probably put a wall in all the way around or something. Not that would really help, but it'd help a little bit, but not very much. Where was I? Oh yes, back to the edge. Right. So yes, that's going to make my steel and copper. I then need a splitter here to. I then need a splitter here like that, and then I can put this back in again once again, like this. Then this pops up here. That goes here. And that is a bullet production factory. And I don't need that bit. I don't even know what these are for. I assume there's some... Oh, it's that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I don't need that. I do need... Actually, I could have this go this way and go onto the ammo belt over here, couldn't I? Probably slightly better, because then I can put the fueling system in this gap. Except I've got the ingredients for it coming down over on this side. Oh. Could move this whole thing across to the other side. That might actually be better. And then I can put the fueling system in underneath here. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so I'll take all of that, put it over here, and I'm trying to be sort of sensible with this. So leave a little bit of space on the side for the output. Put that there. Fill this in just because it's easier than not doing so. Right, so we have an output over here. This belt goes this way, like that, to here, and then this one goes across here to here. I said to here. Then we don't need that. Don't need that. Could actually move this up a bit. Only one, but you know, it's a spaceship. Might as well be a little bit careful with space. Then this belt goes this way. Like that. And then I'm going to have it come up here and just join onto there. Because why not, basically. Right, so that's now got my extra bullet production going on merrily down here, in theory. I need to downgrade those foundries so they'll actually be placeable for now. So what have I got? I've got 2 uncommons. Let's use them for iron, because iron was traditionally always the most difficult. So we'll put them in like that. And then I've presumably got a huge number of the generic ones. Well, 7. 7 is quite a big number for things on a spaceship. Could you... I also wish when you're in map mode, if you clicked on something, it would put it into your cursor. Basically doing what Q does, because I keep clicking rather than queuing. You'd think as a Brit I'd be good at queuing, but apparently not. And then we'll just put in normal generic assembly machines across here for the time being. Right, there we go. That should be bullet production. I'll put in a couple of pieces of belt there just because I can. Now, all of this lovely stuff. Right, okay, so let's remove the fueling from the top. Fuel production, sorry. We'll put that in here because I think there should be plenty. Yes. Put that in here because I think there should be plenty of room for it. Now I just need to get all the ingredients in. That's the hard part. And then link the pipes up to the engines. I may want to nudge this one a little bit to the side, but we shall see. So this needs to be calcite and... Wait, what? How are you iron ore and calcite and carbon? How did this work before? Oh, down here. Here we go. This is the carbon and this is the iron ore and calcite. Fine. So this comes down here. And comes in here. This one comes down here and goes in here. And none of this works because of spaceship design reasons, but we'll sort that out. In fact, we'll sort it out now because it'll take a while for it to sort itself out. So that goes bit. There we go. Now you don't have to donut, and I know that makes you happier. Just make sure everything around here is sort of finished and sealed up, and everything, all the flooring is in place. There we go. So you've got those coming through. That's fine. These are going to need to cut across at some point, probably. Oh, no, maybe they don't. Oh, I don't know. We'll see. We'll work it out in a minute. Then, we've still got them here. So we then take this chunk. Let's leave the beacon behind. So bring this over to here. Now I'm going to move this down a little bit from the way I did it before, because I want to have room to have more pumps in here. So if we have an absolute crisis of fuel, then I want to be able to cut things off. Like everything, all of the engines off in one go. So I'll put that in there. And then again, build that across there. So we get the engines back in place now. And then I'll put in a pump here, like so. Connect that to there and presumably that to there. Yeah, and this will be there'll be a reed on here somewhere, presumably. I don't know where this cable goes, but it just goes all the way across. Fine. And then I would like to have a few. I'm going to have a little bit more, a few more levels of fueling option. It has to be a bit further actually. In my in my ship, so we can have one engine for when it's really bad, or we can have 1, 2, 3, 4 engines apparently. 5 engines, or we can have more, and I'll just sort of put them in like this. So we'll get the various different options here. I do need to get the coolant, the oxidizer in as well. So this also can come out to here, I suppose, and then we can have a pipe that comes up from here and up here. So lead that across to there. Gonna possibly have to make this a bit smarter, but okay, we'll deal with that as and when. Yeah, moving stuff around on a spaceship is fantastic. And yes, I fully agree. Having it tell you a little bit more about why your ship has just croaked would be incredibly nice. And it's one of the things that upsets is the wrong word, but it's a little bit annoying about the game. Could be better. Right, so we've got the inner belt is the ammo belt. So this is an ammo belt coming around here, and that means it needs to come up and join onto this ammo belt. So we go underneath all of this nonsense, like that, and down to there. This is the ammo belt. Therefore, this is the rock belt. Comes up there, and also down there. And I've run out of green belts. Joy. And I have been being a little bit free with the old green belts and all with all of this production, but you know, I feel like I might as well try and use the best where I can, just because there's no real reason not to at this sort of stage. Okay, what have I forgotten? Oh, this belt over here needs to be. What does? Oh, this needs to come over to here. Yeah. Okay, I completely forgot that. Oh dear. Well, oh no, that belt does need to be there. That's that's where the ammo comes from. Bother. I mean, technically that's working, but no, stop it. We would have a belt come down here. We'll have an underground here because why not, basically. Put that in there. Save a few pieces of belt. Again, because why not? And now what? Oh, I suppose actually I just do that. Go underneath all of that. And then... oh, there meant to be a splitter in there. That does that. You know what, let's not spend excessive amounts of time trying to be overly elegant or anything like that. Let's just put that straight in there. But point it in the right direction, game. Come on. There you go. See, it wasn't that hard, was it? Right. So now we are probably making bullets. Yes, we are. Look, these inserters are filling up. Now, they're going pretty slowly at the moment, especially these ones, because they're just running at normal, well, mostly normal speed. They are full of speed modules, so that's still a decent amount coming out. But this system could be made a lot quicker with the cunning application of ludicrously powerful speed modules. Over here, why are you full of jam? Okay, you're full of jam because you've got too much iron ore coming through, which is a known problem. Also, you're going to run into issues here with the trying to get rid of the metallic chunks when they come through. Okay, so I mean, actually, this should be going the other way. Okay, no, this works. Get rid of this. Get rid of all of these undergrounds because they are utter nonsense. They were clearly for something else. Oh yeah, they're for the carbon. Right, yeah. Get rid of this bit. One of those in there. And you are going to do iron ore to the right, like that. So now rotate you, and that's correct. And actually, you know what? Take. Oh no, that wouldn't work. Never mind. This is a little bit of a silly tangle of belts at this point. In fact, let's put that there and make this one copper. Because then this can go here. Let's clean the copper out of that. There we go. This can go here. Let's clean the iron out of that. And again. Come on. There we go. Right. So the iron has stopped coming now. So now that means I can bring the calcite down there and the copper in that way. And I can bring the iron out like this and just feed it in there as a top-up, like so. Now, problem is, there's not going to be anything to tell this to stop. So I guess down here I'm going to have an iron overflow or something. Yeah, I think doing some sort of... I've heard people talking about using basically pulse width modulation for controlling their engines, and yes, I'm sure that is perfectly... It is a thing that can be done, but also I'm fairly sure it's a thing that can be done but defies sanity. No offence intended. Okay, so over here we are monitoring this tank to see if we have enough copper. That's fine. We are also not monitoring the iron tank over here. Right, okay, so I need to link that to there. Now we're monitoring the iron tank. However, I do need to still have a emergency or an excess disposal system. could allow... I could remove the excess overflow from up here at this point, but I think I don't want to. I don't want to fiddle with this because, you know what to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So instead, let's put in another iron overflow down here. If I can find a splitter, there's a splitter. Like that. And that. And say, only allow iron through, basically. Iron ore. To the right. Come on. Iron ore to the right. Flip. Right, there we go. So the iron ore is going to be coming out here, and I can dispose of that. But I need to tell it when. When do I want it to dispose of that? So, basically when this belt is full, I think. So let's run a belt from here, and I'm going to do a green one for a change, because I don't use green very much, and there's too many red belts floating around already. Too many red cables floating around already. So that comes to there. And so I want to say enable disable when iron ore is greater than... Oh, and I need to tell you to read. Read all. There we go. So it's 500. It's greater than 500. Oh, that's probably not going to work. Yeah. I don't know if that's going to work actually, because that's going to mean it's going to have to be full on both sides, which it is at the moment, obviously. But I need to. But then, as soon as it starts to, now it needs to be much lower than that. That needs to be about 100. And then we pass that merrily under here. Look at that. And we have a chunker belt like this. And inserters like this. Okay, so that can get rid of the excess iron ore from over here. Problem is, it's coming in from up here as well. Now, I think what I need to do here is this, and then input priority from the left. There we go. Yeah, that works quite well, I think, because now when we get too much on here, we'll throw some of the excess away, but the rest of the time we'll run off what's coming out of here. Now, at the moment, we've got too much copper because I'm using terrible, terrible modules in all these machines. Sorry, I'm using really good modules in all these machines, which don't exist, so it's running very, very slowly. So the iron is being very much over what's named. But I think this is the basic design I wanted to go for here. Now there's a little bit of upgrading required. Let's have a look, see what we can actually do. So I've got a load of legendary beacons. Let's put them in. So in fact these, let's get rid of these and just put in a solid line of 4 of them up there like that. So that should run legendarily fast. You might as well be a legend as well, and you, just because I've got them. Why not at this point? Let's have stuff made quick. And then I'll save the rest of them for seeing where I need them later. Then, what else have I got? I've got my... I haven't worked on the front of the ship yet. I've got my legendary crushers. Let's press Q this time. Legendary crushers. They go in on here, 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 I guess. Spread them out a little bit. And I'm going to get some more, probably, hopefully. So that's those. Then I want to go through and put in speed modules, like this. And it'd be nice if they were faster, but at the moment, these seem to be the best I've got. Maybe we'll see what we've got on Norvis in a moment as well. Fill those up like that. And okay, and that, and that. Okay, that seems to be a good first approximation of making the ship a little bit better. Is everything running again? Yes, we've got the rocks going along here. We've got the ammunition going all the way under all of that. Okay, now I do need to finish off the defences along the bottom here. We've got eggs spraying out the side, which is a little bit silly. Let's turn off the egg request for the time being, because it's a bit silly. Right, so that's the easy part done. I've put in basically I've just put in additional ammunition production. Fine. The next thing is going to be adjusting this to give me more weaponry. So how do I want to do that? Do I want to just delete the whole lot and start again? I think I just want to delete the whole lot and start again up here. I do have some clever little bits. Actually, no, let's keep it, but off to the side, and then come back and think about it afterwards. Because there's some cunning designs in there, like the bit that decides when to. I can't get over and see the edge of my blueprint. That's good. Like there's some cunning bits in there, like the bit that that decides when to use the big guns for the merely large asteroids, and I can't even remember what that does, but I put it in there for a reason, I'm sure. Oh, and this bit up here that chooses when to collect rocks. Okay, Madman. Well, thanks for joining. It's been good to have you around, and yeah, see you on Discord. Right, so it's still not easy. Right, I'm gonna start with a small bit and then measure things out. So I'm gonna have a row of the turrets like that, and they're going to be broken up occasionally by epic grabbers. And I'm not going to have very many of these, but I am going to have some. Let's try that again. Right, so there you go. Oh, you go there. I don't want you sticking out beyond the railguns. Who knows what's going to happen then? So that's the sort of basic idea for the front bit. So that looks like, in fact, that's lined up perfectly, because then I can put inserters across there, and a green belt that comes up here, goes down here, and then runs between the two like that. And then I can put in inserters here, 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 and another green belt that comes along here, carrying the ammunition. So this is going to carry the railgun ammunition and the bullet ammunition. So because I'm also going to put in a row of epic gun turrets in here, like that. Then I'm going to put in a row of epic lasers. I meant epic with the gun turrets. I meant legendary with the gun turrets, but epic with the lasers. Like that. Then I'm going to put in a row of rare missile turrets like this. And then, clearly, a belt along the back like that that's going to carry the ammunition for them. Turrets need ammo too. Right, so that is a significant increase in firepower over this. So here we've got about 50% railguns, I would say, maybe a little bit less. The railguns I don't think were the problem, but we've got more of them now anyway, and more is clearly better. Then we've got more gun turrets, because instead of just being one every so often like this, there's a solid row of them. Now they are further back, but a legendary gun turret has quite the range. Then the lasers, and they're epic as well, so they again have a good enough range, I think. And then back here, got the rocket turrets. Bring up the rear and just dealing, but they've got a decent range as well, so that should hopefully be okay. Oh, thanks for the follow, Scorple Snacks. Much appreciated. Good to have you around. Yes, Dave. I pretty much have. I've got legendary production of quite a lot of things, but it's still a slightly slow and slightly annoying process. So I've whilst it is, yes, it is running on Epic production, Legendary production, there are some things that are not legendary. So, for example, the asteroid collectors, I'm going to use legendary ones. There's no reason not to. I can make those quite easily. Railgun turrets, not so much. Railgun turrets, they are generally not legendary because that's an Aquilo thing, and Aquilo is silly. Similarly with the rocket turrets, that's a Gleba, and Gleba is also kind of silly. The laser turrets are a bit fiddly. I've decided Epic is good enough for those, but then gun turrets are good enough. The good gun turrets are easy enough to make legendary, so I thought I might as well. Right, so that is essentially that's essentially a middle part of this. I haven't done the edges yet, but the middle part is basically done. So I think I'm going to put this in all the way across the middle. Copy that. And actually, I don't think this isn't actually any bigger. I've only got one row of rocket turrets, though. That's the difference. But I think the old rocket turrets, it was fine. So I'm not too worried about that, especially as these should be slightly better rocket turrets. I am going to move a few squares up, though, just to give myself a little bit more space for whatever shenanigans I end up trying to engage in. Maybe a little bit more, so like that. So put one in there. I don't actually need another grabber quite so soon. So I'll put that in there and then go, no, actually not you. Put in another railgun in there instead. So that grabber has a range up to there. So if I put another one in, yeah, here seems like a good place. Sure, why not? Let's put you in there. And then how far can these reach? Oh, I need to fill in the flooring first, of course. Do that. Big paint across the front there. And I've run out of floor. Take that bit for now. There we go. Oh, thanks to the resub, Sophia. Welcome, hello, and 29-month streak. Nice, thank you very much. That's excellent. I'm impressed with how well you're keeping on top of the subprime resubscription things, because they are a little subprime. Can we fill these bits in here so I can tell how long my belts can be, please? Thank you. Alright, so there is my maximum. So we'll do from there to there, and then here we do up there and down there. And then we go bip, 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 like that. Score. Right, okay, so that is my pattern across the front. So let's take a copy of essentially that much of it, because then I can line them up easily like that. And then we go, hang on a minute. Actually, no, that's not bad. That's not bad for symmetry. If I put one more thingy railgun turret on the end, it's gonna be pretty close. And then maybe I'll try and line it up a little bit more because, you know, perfectionism and stuff. So that is now. So these belts are going up into the boundary between those two. These ones are going up. Where's the other one? Here's the other one. These ones are going up into. Actually, that's about as close as it can get, I think. If I move. Yeah, if I move it one to the left to try and get it more on balance on this side. No, that is as central as it can get. So that's quite a nice design, I feel. We do still need the hammerhead because I'm convinced that it helps, basically. So that means I need one of those there and one. Yes, there. They also need ammunition. Insert it there and insert it there. And I need to worry about getting the stone belt in. So, how far can a green underground go? Can it go from here to here? Yes, actually it can. Excellent. So if I do that and that, then I just have to bring this one across here and in, and I don't have to worry about finagling it around the ammo belt. Now the belts are the wrong way round, of course, so I'm going to have to do that as well to get it, to swap it over there, but that's still good. Okay, quite pleased with that. Yeah, Yeah. The reminders. Okay. Oh right. Yes, of course. Yes. That's Tristan reminder. I know the one you mean. Yes, the one that sends you a message on Discord when your subscription's about to run is about to run out. Yeah, that's very useful. I can imagine. So have that there, and then over here we want to get once again. I think you might need to move. This will pop up here and go under here to here. There we go. So that's the rock belt going back out again. Boop, like so. And we still need we need to load this railgun, so we'll do that from there. Okay, nice. So that's all of the front guns essentially set up now. I think all the forward facing weaponry. Don't need that bit. The question is now, how many more turrets should I put in on the side of the hammerhead? Now, obviously, I'll bring these ones out to level with the edge of the ship. There's no reason not to do that. But I think I probably don't want to stick them any further out. So previously, I had this design where there were all these extra ones on the edge because I needed the light weaponry to deal with smaller rocks as they were coming in. So, yeah, we won't do that for now. Or at least we won't do that. What I will do, though, is copy a set of that much. There we go. I'll put that in. Yeah, that's a good amount. That feels like the right amount. So put that in there. And same on the other end. Could do one more on the other end, typically. There we go, I guess. And loaders, like that. Okay, and then I will have to bring this belt round the outside to... Oh, actually, no, what I did before was I stopped the... Oh, I can't tell. Oh, kind of zoom out a bit. Right. Yeah, I stopped taking the railgun ammunition away once we got past the railguns, because what's the point? So, yeah, let's get a green splitter like that. Put that in here, because I can. There's a nice space for it there. And we'll output railgun ammunition to the right. So that just stops here. Then this belt can come round here, like this. And, oh, actually, it can join onto here. Like this. Okay. And that can come through there like that. It's a little bit weird, but sure, why not? It's good enough. Then over here we have the rocket belt. Interestingly, the rocket belt is already separated. I don't know how my designs are supposed to work. They're all a bit... There's quite a lot of weird going on, I have to admit. But there's my rockets. So they can come out here. And go along to here. Then this is... Nope, undo that. I do want that, that's the rocks. Then this one is the other two types of ammunition, which come up here like this. And then go up here and in that way. It does occur to me, this feels like it sticks out too far. Maybe if I put in the flooring, it'll feel a bit less ridiculous, a bit less excessive. We've run out of flooring. This side does feel like it sticks out a little bit too far, and I could put extra guns down the outside of here. That feels wrong, but I could. Let's just call it good enough for now. So I'll get rid of that now. I've made plenty of copies of that. So this bit over here, right, this is still important. So I want to take the... I want to copy those two. Those are very important. Those will be connected to the ammunition belt. You can fit it up here, actually. They connect to the ammunition belt here, which does a read all. That goes all the way back down to... That gets basically all of the... what's the name? All of the railgun ammo, because it comes down to... I don't even know where. Where does this stop being silly? Oh, here. So it gets reads down to here. Fine. So I get basically all of the railgun ammunition. And that's what we connect to all of the railguns to tell them what to how to fire. What I'm going to do about these gaps, I'm not quite sure. Maybe for now, temporarily link those two together. Right, it's ugly, but it'll do, and it won't break later when other things come in. So that's going to read off here, and that's going to say, okay, at the moment we have 1,700 railgun ammunition. That's a good amount, so therefore shoot everything. And so along here, then we need to do set priority list, and we need to ignore unlisted targets like that. So copy and paste that to all of the railguns, all the way across here like that. Okay, you need to be less broken, so put you in there. Then, laser turrets are set to prioritise the smalls, but to shoot absolutely everything because they're essentially free. They won't run out of ammunition. Might use up all of my power, but they won't run out of ammo. So they're pretty good. We like them. Fill the gaps, fill the gaps. Gradually. It's a slow process. Okay, so that's that. Then the rocket turrets are just shoot the big guys. Fine. And when I say big guys, I mean big as opposed to huge. But that's fine. They can shoot the big asteroids. Then the bullet ones, they're slightly funny. I can't remember exactly how I've got them set up. So some of them, these guys are only shooting mediums. These guys are only shooting mediums. I thought I had some that were, yeah, these ones are shooting mediums and smalls. And I think that's probably a good idea, but shooting the mediums first. So we shoot the mediums, and then we shoot the smalls if we've got any, if there's any left. And I think that's a good idea because I believe, yes, they are outranged. I think. Yeah, the laser turrets do outrange them slightly, and they have priorities. So I think that means the laser turrets should take the smalls as soon as they appear, but the gun turrets will help with them if necessary. Now, it occurs to me for the time being, I should downgrade my rocket turrets to generic ones because I don't have the better ones yet. There we go. So at least we have some rocket turrets. We seem to not have enough to draw a full line of them, which surprises me because I had this many before. I had 28 before, and now I have 25. So where have the other ones gone? Maybe they've been put in places like down here where I didn't have them. I don't know. That's very strange because I didn't think there were any missing. But yeah, we'll see. You'd consider second diagonals. Maybe. I don't know. I could put them in sort of here. And then put an inserter in there. Oh, no, I can't. Nope, they're going to collide. I don't know. This comes back to the problem that I've talked about before, of course, where I'm not sure what's causing my spaceship to struggle. Is it because they don't have enough? Is it because the rocks come in from the side? Is it because they just don't have enough fire? I don't know, and that's extremely frustrating. The other possibility is to put in some side-facing ones down here that will or maybe the down here. For a bit of additional coverage. But I feel that these are going to be rather exposed to smaller stuff coming in and plinking it on the way past. It should be covered by the from big stuff by this one, and then from anything smaller by all of these. So it should be fine, but it might not be. And yeah, and the other possibility is sort of tuck it in a little bit out of the way, like this. Arming that is going to be a little bit awkward. I could put it there. That could work. All right, let's put one there. And then move this across to here. And then copy this to here. And then inserter here. And then that goes there. There we go. That could work. It looks a little bit stuck out on the side like that, which feels strange and a bit wrong. But I mean, he's totally cromulent. Would work and perfectly well. Stick that one there in a similar way, and then that goes up here like that. That comes out, and then insert there to load it. Does that look reasonably symmetrical? Yeah, that looks okay to me. This side is definitely sticking out further than this side, but I'm kind of okay with that because I think that's just sort of inevitable. Unless I just try and shift the whole thing across. No, I'm not going to faff around with it to that level. It can look like that and I'm okay with it. Okay, so that is, I feel like that's fairly well defended. There are a few upgrades that need to be picked up, like these all need to be upgraded. These rocket launchers all need to be upgraded. So I'm going to go and I'm going to mark them for upgrades now, because that way there's a chance I'll remember. So mark all of those for upgrade. Those are fine. Oh, but they need to be programmed. The grabbers need to be programmed. So I put it. So what do I have? I have this goes in up here somewhere in a convenient gap, like that. This goes up here somewhere in a convenient gap. And then I try and remember how I plumb these together. So you are doing a multiply everything by -1. So you're presumably taking what's on the belt, multiplying it by -1, and adding it to this. So we'll run a cable from there to... These are green cable. Yeah, these are green cables for this. Cable from there to there and to there. No. And then the -1 is subtracted from that and then fed up into all of these things. So you are doing a... no, you're not. You're doing a read all, like that. You're doing a negate of that and then passing it over to here, which is feeding it into here. We then also want to feed that into there, but we can't reach. We'll have to just hop along here, I guess. And then continue to hop along the ammo belt because it's the only belt that is clearly accessible like this. Oh, and then I can link it to there. And then we set filters like that. Okay, I'm surprised that worked. Oh, right, okay, it's worked. It appears to have worked because there's nothing plugged into it. Fine. So run that along there, there, and there. And then from here, we need to do the same thing. We need to get this signal out. Can't stop the signal, Mel. Get that down to here. There we go. And now that's happy again. That's happy. Right, so there we go. That's reprogrammed all of the grabbers down the sides. So they're now happy to grab whatever's going past. Now, is there anything else along here? So I've done that bit. I've done that bit. That isn't anything. I think that must be an old thing that I've stopped using. I've copied all the settings across from the turrets. I think it's now time to get rid of that. Boop. There we go. We're a few railguns short for this design, and there's quite a lot of other upgrades that are just missing at the moment. But overall, I feel like this is an excellent start, at least, even if the ship isn't quite what I would call ready to go. Why have you stopped? Oh, you've jammed up on the... Ah, I see. I didn't finish this belt off. Actually, let's get rid of this bit in the middle and then see how long I can make the underground. That long. Okay, that makes sense. So there we go. Have that, and then this belt comes through here and goes into there. That is just feeding them straight back round on the input again. Oh, actually, that's fine. We just need input priority to the left, and then that should work fine. I think. We'll see. Should be all right. So we've still got these machines running a bit slowly. We're not getting the tier 3, the speed module 3s coming up that I was hoping for. So That's that's odd. We'll look into that in a second. But otherwise, I think this ship is pretty good. I'm tempted to put more engines on it to make it go faster because I've made it bigger. I could put in. Well, I've got 2 running as the minimum at the moment. I kind of don't want to go higher than that as on the minimums. But actually, I could put that there and another one there, and then feed that through a pump. I don't think I need any of this, really. There we go. Yeah, that can go back to there. That means I can put a pump in there, and then a pipe, well, from there to there. There we go. And fill in the floor holes as well. There we go. So I've got more engines now. So when we've got loads of ammo, we can go even quicker. It'll probably go horribly wrong. We'll find out at some point. But this means I need more of these guys. So at the moment, I've got the... yes, I need to set them up as well. So let's have 3 of those, and then we'll go in and massage the numbers a little bit. And that is currently... You've stopped. That's probably all right, though. What sort of numbers are we seeing on these? If we link... okay, I don't think we can do that. Let's link you straight to... Not link you to there, not link you to there, but link you to there. Then I can go from here to there, there. And you can do a read all. There we go. Pump slowing down fuels is absolutely fine. There's enough fluids going through. There's enough fuel available, or at least there will be enough. There's little enough fuel being used that I'm not worried about having the pump slowing it down a little bit. I will put another laser in there though. Right, so what are we seeing at the moment? We're currently seeing 3,000 bullets, 1,000 railgun, and... No, 3,000 rockets, 1,000 railguns, and... No, not. We're seeing 3.8 thousand rockets, we're seeing no railgun ammo, and we're seeing 3.8 thousand bullet ammo. Okay, so that's reading, yes, this belt that goes around the outside of here. Fine. I also need to connect to... So that's there's a red cable running down here as well that says very little. Okay, I don't know what that's connected to. I should probably... Let's pull that out, because so what this is supposed to be is I need to have I need to know how much ammunition the ship has to know how fast to go. So at the moment, I can read this belt here, and that tells me that there's actually a good amount of rocket ammunition, and there's a decent amount of bullet ammunition. This is full to capacity at the moment. But it's only reading up to here, because you can only read from splitter to splitter. So I've got from there to up there, which means I'm not getting the railgun ammo, I'm not getting the bullet ammo that's on this part of the belt, and I'm not getting the rocket ammo that's on this part of the belt. So there does already seem to be a read on this belt somewhere. Here it is, this one. So I'm getting the numbers from here out as well. So I've got to feed those through onto the same counter. That would be quite handy, but I don't think I can very easily. That's this belt here. So I don't think I can get that out. I don't think I can get those numbers out particularly easily. But I could feed them from here all the way along round here, and then down here, and then all the way down the length of this belt, and tap them in at the bottom. So only 8 at max, is it? Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, I've gone overboard. Yeah, shucks. Basically, I think I'm just gonna, for now, I'm going to just ignore that. Thanks for letting me know, though. So I will, when I discover I have fuel starvation later, I will know why, and it won't come as a surprise. And then I'll work out how I want to pump a bit more fuel through. Probably by running a pump off here or a pipe off here and going through this way. It's entirely possible. I'm just straight up not making enough fuel for this anyway. So we shall see. So, right, I need to run a cable from here, and it won't reach. Great. These green underground belts are actually too long. I know I can't link to any of that. Okay, well, that's going to have to go onto this one, which is weird, but never mind. It's you do what you have to do. Can't even do the click and drag thing with a cable. Just have to do it manually all the way. What's going on there? What are you doing? You are a red cable. You are carrying bullets and rockets. Okay. Are you reading? No. 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 This is silly. No. 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 Oh, does it still do the scanny thing when it's reading? No, I don't think it does, because it's this one. Right, so don't read that belt contents, but I'll leave the cable there because that's useful. I'll link it to there, and I'll link it to... I will link it to there, and I will link it to there. And then these two, you can do the read all, and you... Where are you? Where are you? You can do a read all. So there we go. Now, when we look down here... Oh, no, I haven't linked them all up. Link you to there. What are you doing? Okay, you're watching over there to see how much rocks and things we've got. And they're feeding up to... What is going on here? Stop that. We're doing that elsewhere. Right. So now when we look at one of these guys, we'll see, there we go. We've got 6,100 rockets. We've got 1,900 railgun ammos. We've got 6,400 bullets. So basically, the system is full. We're seeing big numbers. We're happy. So that means all engines go. So we'll say on that, output a green for all engines go. Then, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to link all of these together like that. Can I set multiple? No, I can't. Can I set multiples in this one? I can. Right. So yeah, we're going to say green. So this is all go. So we're going to have green, yellow, and we're going to have red. I'll show you why in a moment. One. There we go. So you are going. This one's going to run if enable when even red is on, if that is greater than 0. So this will pump if sorry, I'll make more sense in a second. So yellow 1 and red 1, and this one will just output red. So the idea is going to be we'll get green, amber, red if there is loads of whatever available. They don't need to output multiple things. I'm confusing myself. Right. So green will output if we've got loads and loads of ammunition. Yellow will output if we're running a little bit low. So I'll take that one down to 2,000. That one down to 600. And that one down to 3,000. All right, 2,000. And then this one is when we're really is when we're a bit short, getting very short of stuff. So we'll say this one, set this as 1,000. This one is 200. No, 500. And this one is 1,000. 500. Okay, and then this means when we've got loads of ammunition, we'll output a green signal, and that means all engines go. We've got loads of ammunition, just go flat out. This one will come on when we're a bit lower, and that means maybe medium speed. We're struggling a little bit, but we can still go at a decent speed. Red means we're running very low on ammunition, go down to minimum speed, and then none of them, if none of them are on, then we have an absolute ammo crisis, and the ship will come to a stop, and then we'll get impacted by asteroids from the sides and destroyed. So, but there's only so much help you can do. So this one's going to run whenever there's any ammunition at all. So on red, then this one can run on amber. And then these two can run on... Oh, I haven't connected them up. Then the other two can run on... the other two will run only on green. Enable when green. Copy. Paste. So, If we have very, very little fuel, it'll just be this engine. Actually, just be these two engines running. If we have no ammunition, these two will cut off as well. If we then have a bit more, we'll kick in another 1, 2, 3, 4 engines. So we're running on 6 at that point, which apparently is nearly flat out. And then if we've got loads and loads of fuel, loads and loads of ammo, sorry, then all of them will kick in. And I've got a total of, how many did I say? 11. So it's pretty close to being the right number for the pump if Inks is right. We will see. Actually, let's check the numbers. 120 per second for fuel and oxidizer, and the pumps do 1200 per second. So yeah, it's 10. So I've got one engine too many. One of my engines won't work. Or rather, all of my engines will run at a slightly reduced rate, but yeah, that seems okay. So right, there we go. That's some engine control system set up with lovely traffic light effects, which should make things prettier and excitingier and stuff like that. So I've set up grabbing. Oh, I haven't set up additional anythings along the bottom of the ship here. So I mean, I could put in. Ideally, I have rocket launchers every so often to make sure I have full rocket coverage along the ship. So let's put in another rocket launcher at the bottom here, like that and that. Where did I put it? So that's above the ammo belt. Okay, so I'll put that one in there. Oh yeah, I could add a light to it. Yes, that's not a bad idea. I don't think I've got any lights up here, so it'll mean bringing up an entire stack, but never mind. So let's put one of those in there. And just link it up to the signal. And see. What order are the colours in? It's not going to be the helpful order, is it? No, it's going to be red, green, yellow. So that's not going to work. But maybe on here I can do a enable if green is greater than 0 and be green. No, wait, that's not right. No, that's not right either. What? Use colours on the signal. That isn't going to work easily. Oh no, see, I can set the colour here. Green. Put you there. Give you a couple of friends down there. This one will be... Oh no, yellow is red and green, isn't it? Yes, there we go. If yellow, and you enable if red, and be red. There we go. Nice signals. Yeah, that'd be quite nice. It won't tell me which particular ammunition type is running out, but it looks pretty, and that's important. Right, there we go. So we've got rockets rockets down there. Now we need to program them, otherwise they'll just shoot rockets at absolutely everything, and then we'll run out very, very quickly, and I should be sad. We'll use generic lasers all the way down the side, because that's easy. Like that, just because we can. And again, prioritise. And prioritise. But a couple of them I think I will replace with apparently legendary gun turrets. Sure, why not? Just to give me that extra bit of safety. There's no bullets anywhere near there. I can't put one in there. Put one there instead. No. That goes there and there. And then they need ammunition. Boop. And boop. And boop. And boop. And you know what? They don't need to be there. Now, I probably should put in more grabbers as well, but to be honest, the amount that's grabbed down at the back is relatively insignificant. We get so much stuff coming in from the front that I think I just won't. I can't be bothered. That's fine as is. We've got defences down the sides. It'll be okay. I will put in another couple of lasers around here, though, just in case. Like that. That will shoot anything. Right. What have I forgotten? I could put in a second pump next to the... it would help, actually. But it's got a bit crowded in here. I mean, I could actually move these guys from here to here. And I'd have to... Yeah, it's getting a little bit cramped and crowded in here now, though. So I'm... No, I'll consider I'll put in an extra pump if it becomes a problem. Like if it annoys me later. So I think that's fairly complete. I feel like there's a lot of modules missing though. So let's go down onto Norvis and find out why there aren't as many modules around as I would like. Because we don't make tier 3 modules on Norvis, that's why. Duh. Right, so let's bring up those 8 rares and an entire rest of the rocket of uncommons, because those are pretty quick. Those are they're 48% speed, and those are 39% speed. That's not that quick, actually. I had much, much better ones. Let's fly over to Vulcanus, where the good modules come from, and claim whatever we've got sitting around here. How fast are these? These are 65s. That's not bad. But then on Fulgora, where we have the really good stuff, what do we have here? We have these guys who are 75% modules. Okay, we'll just go to Fulgora then. What else does the ship need? It needs... Can I just clear that? Yes, I can. Right, so we need some modules. We need those assembly machines. Those are coming from Fulgora. We need railgun turrets. Those are coming from Aquilo. We need rocket turrets, which are coming from Gleba. So we need to go to Fulgora and Gleba and Aquilo. Okay, well let's go to Gleba first. Let's go to Gleba first. Get the rocket turrets. Go. Is it working? No. We don't have any fuel. Oh, I haven't linked the water up. Ah, forgot the water. Yes. Bah, says I. This is tricky. So I've got water here. I can't come out downwards down here because the promethium storage is in the way. Now, I don't actually need promethium storage on this ship, really. It's kind of superfluous. But I've fitted it and sort of feel like I might as well claim the ship does useful things. Right, let's put that there. That can go from there to there, and can I go from there to there? I can, excellent. Now just squeeze through down here, don't mind me, la-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. Down to here, and then a pipe across here. Oh dear, that's ridiculous. Oh well, never mind, it'll work. Alright, so we can now flow the water down here, it comes into here. Doesn't go into there because that's an underground pipe, so we move that across one. Move that across one. There, now we're making fuel. Excellent. So we can produce some fuel. That'll be a start. Oh dear. My lights have gone out. Have I broken a connection somewhere? Yes. There we go. Now we think we've got fuel, we can go. Oh, sorry, now we think we've got ammo, we can go. Don't know why we're only using 2 engines. Why are you off? Oh, greater than 0. That'd help. And same there, greater than 0. Vroom! All the engines, well, nearly all the engines light up. You're just short of... Then you've got loads of fuel. Got no oxidizer though. Meh. Oh, why doesn't that fit? Okay, that belt is in the wrong place, clearly. We'll sort that out in a minute. This belt needs to go to here. Did that reach? No. And here. There we go. Right, all the engines humming. Pretty well. We are slightly short of fuel as predicted. Getting an extra pipe pump in here is going to be difficult because there's an underground pipe here. And there's a load of belt in the way here. I suppose I could put that there. Oh no, oh dear, that's coolant. No. What? Oh, bother. What exploded? Oh, we probably just fired a rocket or something. Fine. Where was I? Here, yes. So this one actually would just be straight up on, so copy that to there. Take the coolant out of there, thank you. Oxidizer, not coolant. There we go. Right, so we're running on that one on red, that one should be green actually. No, it shouldn't. That should be yellow, and then this one over here should be green. So, but we've got to Gleber anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant. So, there's 22 legendary rocket turrets, and we need 25 to come up, and that is presumably a rocket load. So Gleber hasn't quite made enough legendary, no, not legendary, tier 2 turrets yet. Oh, we've made some exciting ones though. No, we haven't. We've made some 3 3s, a load of 2s. Yeah. Oh, we've made a 4. Made a 4 up there. Okay, let's load a rocket manually. Who's my manual rocket? Are you a manual rocket? You could be. Right, so let's fill this up manually. So we'll start off with the 4s. We'll get as many of those as we can. And then the 3s, we'll get as many of those as we can. And it's, what, how many per rocket? 10 per rocket. Okay, well, we'll just see what we can fit in. Sushi pipe the engines. Oh, dear. Yeah. I'm going to say no. Why can we not deliver? Oh, we haven't made a rocket. Oh. What's gone on with rocket fuel? This could be bad. This could be very bad. Oh, no, it's up there. There's plenty of it. Why are we not getting rocket fuel through? We are getting rocket fuel through. It's just all going into power and... It's just all going into power production. We've got... Are you hub? No, you're turned off. Good. Right, okay. We've just got so much rocket fuel required to generate enough power to keep the factory running that we're basically not sending any through to the factory, to the rockets. Because we don't have enough... Oh, here comes some jelly. There is... Well, there was, at least when I looked, there was an insufficiency of jelly. Possibly caused by an insufficiency of food. Why is there no food? Why is there no food? There just isn't any coming out at the end of here. And we're prioritising rocket fuel for the rockets, for the science anyway, which makes kind of sense. But maybe I should pull some of this food out and send it out this way as well, because it does seem to be a problem. Like that. Okay, here comes a decent quantity of food. But yeah, everything's starving down here now, so we're not getting any fruit through. Goodness sake, Gleber. Oh, posture check. And stretch as well. Was I leaning forwards too much at the time, or would you just happen to time that one with a posture check then? Hydrate is a good idea as well, especially as it's 1/4 to tomorrow. I probably should have a drink. Yeah, not drunk remotely enough during the stream. Right, there is lots of jelly coming out. Are you jelly? Right, okay, so now we've got more food being passed through. Hopefully there's still enough food going out this way for everything else downstream. Well, actually, yeah, because there's more being made here, so that should be all right. Now we are making rocket fuel as fast as we can rocket fuel. All the machines are happy, or at least as fast as these inserters can insert past the apple jelly over. So, yes, happily that should be a little bit more. It's coming down here. Yeah, there we go. There's a lot more flowing through now, so this looks promising. That's nearly made it down to the actual rocket production. So once these come through, we can... Ah, there we go. We've actually made one. So let's send that up to the edge. That's my first 10. So there's 1 4 and 9 3s. Let's have another rocket load of 3s. Yeah, in the meantime, this is still running away merrily. It's just struggling to make everything I want. So we've got 3s, we've got 2s, we've got a few more 3s. So take out all the 3s, and then we'll just, yeah, ship up the 2s as well, I suppose. Maybe I should grind down the 2s to make my bread. I mean, make more rockets, make better rocket launchers. Let's try it. So we've got a few tier 4 bits and pieces in here, but that's still it's happened once, and that's not enough to make an actual rocket launcher. Oh, we can actually start trying to make a 3 though. So I want you to only do the 2s. I should have done that first straight away. I've probably recycled some 3s by mistake. So you're trying to make 2s, and you're doing it reasonably well. What we've got, we're just saying here, we've got enough to make some. Yeah, we've got enough to make some 3s. So let's upgrade you to, instead of that, let's tell you to make rocket tier 3. And then maybe we'll get some 4s out, just sort of through sheer dumb luck. By which I mean 16% luck. You know, that's pretty good. I was leaning way to the side. Okay. Yeah, maybe I was getting... maybe I'm getting a little bit tired because it is nearly midnight. But I want to get this finished off because this is going... This is going. Can we have some blue circuits, please? Maybe. Don't know if we've got enough. Oh, it doesn't need many. Okay, that's all right then. Right, so this might produce a 3. It might produce a 4. It might even produce a 5. You never know. No, it produced a 3. Okay. Well, at least we're getting some 3s. That's the main takeaway from that. So over here you've got nothing. What? I thought. What's going on there? I thought I requested some and then didn't tell it to launch, and it's on manual. But okay, so I've got a quantity of 3s up here. How many have I got? Is that 9? No, yeah, 19. So we've launched another rocket of upgraded ones. Okay. The question is, do I put the extra shiny one that we got in the middle, because we've got 1, and that seems like the logical thing to do, or do I put it at the edge, because it's going to cover more area that way? I think probably in the middle. We'll put it there. And also I note that I've got some... Ah! That's why I didn't seem to have enough railguns left. Because I had a few tier 2 railguns that weren't in use. Right, so have I got anything else exciting? I've got a load of boring rocket turrets. I've got some epic laser turrets. I've got legendary bullets. No, that's all of that stuff. Speed module wise, I have absolutely nothing at the moment. I do have some posh beacons though, so we'll upgrade those to some other things there at some point. In the meantime, how is glebing with my turrets that I wanted to make? Have you? Oh, I've got another 4. I've got 2 more 4s and 6 3s. 8 3s. Okay, that's 9 3s. Okay, that's enough to load the the ship. So let's also say, also pass through tier 2 turrets. Okay. Right, so back up to here. I would like to have as many 4s as I can. So we'll give that a moment for the bots to set off before I then start saying I also want to have 3s, because knowing my luck it'll probably do something silly. And yeah, there we go. Okay, there's my 4s. Now I can bring another 8 3s over, and then we can deliver it. And another 3. Come on, bots. I know they're there. Oh, here they come. I think. Yes, there we go. Right, so deliver that to the back to the edge again. And then we can put this back over onto Automagic. Right, that's everything I need from this planet, I think. We are just waiting for... Oh, no. No, those come from Fulgora. So now we head over to Fulgora to get a lot of good speed modules and some good assembly machines. Rocket is on its way. So yeah, go to Fulgora. Right, there's my rocket turrets. So boop, all gleaming ones all now across. And so I'll put in epic ones. No, yeah, epic ones at the sides like that as well, just because, as well as in the middle, it gives me a little bit more coverage. And now we can head off. So gun turrets all legendary, great. Laser turrets all epic, good as we're getting get. These ones mostly rare, but there's spiced up a little bit with some epics, so that's pretty good. Across here, well, I put my You're not programmed, are you? That's a bit wasteful. Don't do that. And same over here, no doubt. Yeah, you're just wasting ammo. Don't do that. Right, so you should now be... Yes, yeah, there we go. It's set automatically to do huges and bigs because we've got lots and lots of ammunition, and it's setting it from the circuit network. Excellent. So we are still... Oh, you need to be linked into there as well. There we go. Yeah, there's some silly wiring going on here because there's a couple of turrets missing, but basically that's all set up correctly. We'll also see when we do get out to Aquilo, we'll see if there are any more high quality turrets that we can pick up. But for now, let's nip over to Fulgora. Actually, let's have a look straight away. Okay, so we've got another 2 uncommons. Let's make some more, see if we can get any more high quality railgun turrets out. Because whilst I don't think it really matters too much with the railguns, because they're all really long range anyway. Yeah, we'll... yeah, that doesn't really matter because they're all really long range, but we might as well give it a shot and see if we can get some slightly better ones out. Although I do note that this planet seems to have broken. Probably because it's waiting for its ship to come in. Icebreaker is there. Snowball is at Norvis. Why are you sitting at Norvis? Because you're waiting for 10 radars to come up. You know what? You've got 40. I think that's enough. Let's lose the radar request. Alright, Edge has arrived at Fulgora. So, let's start put a care package together. You can probably... How many are you making? You've got... Oh, have we shipped up another batch of them? Apparently we have. Okay, well, we're going to have lots of spares then. I did not mean to do that, but never mind. Right, modules. So down here we have a quantity of these guys. Let's have a rocket full. Oh, you're already loaded. Fine, we'll put some modules in as well. See how many we can get in there. Not very many, but that's fine. Then up here we'll put in some more. What was the other thing I wanted from here? Oh, there was the assembly machines. Yes, that's fine. And some more crushers. I think that's might be about everything this ship needs. There's a lot of trash being thrown outside there, but that's fine. Yeah, I think that's good. It's just going out for the railguns now. And going around and upgrading the other things. No, you can choose priorities, and you can choose whether or not to shoot the You can choose the You can set a priority list, and you can choose whether it shoots the unlisted targets or not. Why are these not set to ignore unlisteds? Oh, no, set it. Nah. It's supposed to be done from there. Idiot. Right, so they were all correct. My bad. I think. What have I done? So I failed something over here. Right. Okay. There are a couple of pings as I was doing that, so that makes me think I've fixed. fix some things. There shouldn't be any large coming through here. I don't think there should only be medium with a Fulgora. So the railguns shouldn't do anything. Anything else, anyway. What was it? Oh yeah. So now that I've got these better modules up, there's a few things a few little bits of improvement I can do. So the speed 2 legend. Where's the other 50? Oh, they probably haven't made it up yet. But I've got my those upgrades have already happened, so that's already been done. Great. The other thing that needs to be done is the crushers. These guys. There we go. Make them run a little bit faster. Then there's the speed modules, which I think I've only got 1 rocket's worth up so far. There we go. Here's the second one. Deliver to Edge. Right, Edge. Let's make you faster. So we've got here, we have the speed module, these speed modules. So I want to put them in there. And okay, they're already in there. Fine. Fill all those up with these ones just because I can. Oh. Okay, that worked. This might be gross and massive overkill at this point. I'm not sure. But I know what this ship can be like, so I think I'd rather have gross massive overkill than have it run a bit slowly. I'm also thinking at this point I really should have put more power into this ship, but I didn't, and I might be going to regret that. Oh well, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, you're right, Doopy. Power is now potentially a concern. Now, right now, it's absolutely fine because the ship's not doing anything. But when it sets off, yeah. I didn't really think about it because, yeah, it's the weaponry I think is probably going to be fine. The concern is all of these extra foundries down here that are going to be pulling in quite a bit. Yeah, that was impressive timing. We're clearly on a very, very similar wavelength. Yeah, there's going to be a lot more power used down here. So I think that might be going to be something I'm going to have to upgrade. And that's going to be really upsetting. Because, well, I don't know whether I've got the bits for that. Let's head out to Aquilo. I'll do some upgrades where I can and see how we get on. Because I feel like it's getting close to being there. But yes, the power issue is going to be definitely going to be a thing. So at the moment I've got a 3 and a 2 for my reactors. And I think I've got about the right number of outputs on these. But if I get another tier 3 reactor, that'd be quite handy. But I can't. I get more tier 2s. I could upgrade some high... Oh, I've even got a legendary generator. But that's no use if I don't have a legendary... Or if I don't have more fusion being produced. Yes, I will definitely save before I leave, yes. Don't worry. Yeah, I might need to put in another reactor in here. Reactors do in and out, so yeah, potentially. Or I could put another one in up here, but that would lose me a this. Now there's a bit more room at the top here to put in potentially some more generators. If I empty out some of this trash, like so much railgun ammunition, if I get some of that out onto the belts down here, like this, chuck some of that out, suddenly we're going to have a bit more space in here. I could unload some stuff I don't need. Just take ice to Aquilo, that's a good idea, isn't it? What was I saying that for? Oh yeah, then I can remove some of these storage things and have a little bit more space for more fusionary stuff over this way. I don't know. It's a little bit tricky to know what the best way to do this is without, again, doing a massive, massive redesign. Could almost get that in there, but not quite. Well, actually, I could get it in there and then fiddle with the inserters and then put more of these in, another one in here, I suppose. Yeah, a little bit more tweaking of the design may be required on this to in order to get the extra fusion power in. And at the moment, how's everything running? How are we doing for power? Okay, but again, haven't got everything running flat out. There's a lot of iron ore being thrown off the back of there. But that is because we're trying to get... Wait, no, what? Why are you running? If iron is less than 200, what are you connected to? Oh, if iron ore is... Yeah, we don't need that, I think. If iron is less than 15... Yeah, there we go. Turn that off. Got a little bit silly. So yeah, we're throwing away a lot of iron ore there, but who cares? It's free. There we go. Stop now. So what should I be looking? What should I be monitoring on this ship? Why have we only got some of the engines going? We've got all the lights on. We're just not producing. Oh, we've reached Aquila. Fine. We'll take another look at that when the ship sets off again. So this is going to start. Quillo is going to start shipping up various railguns. I'd like to have a few more of these, actually. And I feel that in the middle is the logical place to have them. So we'll ask for some more Tier 2 railguns. I can't bring up a better fusion reactor. I could squeeze in... I did the maths on this last time, and I reckoned I was about maxed out on this. So I think I do need to put in another fusion reactor. So let's get rid of that, and put that in there, which means I get rid of that as well. Fine, so be it. Are you a 2? Yes, you're a 2. So we can request that 2 to be brought up. Lose those 2. And then I need to put one of these in here, which means I'm going to have to lose that as well. I'm a bit worried about my storage space, to be honest. Oh, no, it's still okay. All right, so... Ooh, but if I bring up those good high-tier reactors... Why are we not making rockets? For blue circuits. Oh, that's because the Snowball 2 isn't around. Right, so turn you off for a moment. Let's bring over some of these, because if I use the high-tier generators, then I don't need as many of them. So I've got 1 legendary, I've got 2 epic, and I've got 2 blue. So let's bring those over. So I want that one. How many do you fit in a rocket? 5. Okay, so 2 of those. Oops. There was one of these as well. One of them. And 2 of them. And that'll be a rocket. And we can't deliver the cargo because we haven't got any blue circuits. But when the Snowball 2 finally makes its way out here, currently just sitting at in the right place, Laurence. There we go. Waiting for blue circuits to be brought up, which are on their way. Low density structures. Okay, this is just going to take a little while because we're waiting for Vulcanus to pull its finger out. Now, I thought I fixed this earlier. There's suddenly 4 rockets available. Have we just pulled 4 rockets worth of blue circuits out of there? I think we might have done. There we go. Mass scattering of low density structures, and with another phalanx of rockets going. Okay, this is pretty impressive. Loading the rockets up like this, shipping them out quite this quickly. Having come over and just had a look at it, I'm impressed with the rate these are going up at. So we've now presumably got all of the blue circuits, which is up come all of the 800 of the low density structures. Vulcanus should be. Yep, here we go. Here come some more rockets. I could put better modules in these guys, actually. That might be worth doing. Just for when one of these large request comes in. Upgrade those, upgrade those. There's another one of low density structures, and almost immediately we've got the tungsten going as well. Yeah, okay, so Vulcanus is good at shipping stuff out, especially now instead of having 15 bots or whatever it was, we've got 175. That's a little bit better. I'm not surprised it's doing well now. How are we doing for putting more bots in the system? Have we got any in here that we could? Yes, we've still got a load in here. So now we have as many bots as we need in theory. Yes, definitely going to save before I leave, as No God said. You're quite right, Inks. Yes, I think I will. I may well end up doing that. At the moment, wrong thing. Yes, I think there's a reasonable chance I will end up pulling this upwards. Unfortunately, there's not going to be enough flooring. Oh, there's a load of flooring actually. Yeah, all right then. I don't know if all this ammo is going to fit in the boxes, but yeah, let's. This is a dangerous place to do this. However, if I'm quick, maybe. But oh no, put it in the wrong place. But yay much. Yeah, you see, there's not enough storage space. It's doing it sort of a bit at a time as it finds the space for it. But actually, that should be okay. Oh, the ammunition's going to be a problem. Let's throw some railgun ammo at where are we? Aquilo. What's Aquilo going to do with railgun ammo? I don't know, but at least it'll free up a bit of space for. There we go. Mostly. Yeah, it's very... These belts are very full, so this is proving difficult. I'm going to rebuild all of this anyway, so I think pulling this up is alright. Let's do that. Oh, I've run out. Oh, no. Okay. So, as soon as this... Oh, this belt over here I should probably do first. This is problematic. I'm not going to be able to pull this up because I don't have the space. Oh, bother. Actually, is there anything useful in here that might come in handy down on Aquilo? Maybe. Some of that can go. It's just... Oh. No. Actually, it'll probably get sorted out later. I'll worry about it in a bit. There we go. That's going to pull out some... Yeah, there we go. It's pulling out lots of the railgun ammo now. Granted, it's making more railgun ammo, but at least it's pulled some of it out, and that's helped quite a lot. Okay, so that's done that, and now I need to put that in there and in there, and all is wellish. Okay, so what was it doing? Oh yes, more plasma generation. So if I rotate that guy and I rotate that one, and now have we got enough space in here that I can start removing these things again? Yes, we have. How are we doing now for space? Space is not only the final frontier, it is also a serious problem with my ship design. No, that's not going to work. I need to go that way around to get the coolant to flow through. So I'll do that. Actually, that's okay. And I can run a pipe across the back. I still don't have any fuel cells over there, but that's a step in the right direction. Then I can put... Right, then I need to get back to well, I need to start putting in the fusion generators. Oh, it was a bit of a mess. I've got one uncommon at the moment. Oh, my rockets aren't making it through. Impressively, the lasers are actually capable of dealing with the medium rocks eventually, which is quite impressive. Don't know if they've managed to get into the big one though. Actually, that said, the railguns will do the big ones. Like, well, we'll see in a minute. But it's supposed to be the bullets that deal with the big ones. But you know, who's counting? Right, rockets are flowing. So I've got this one pulling out from this guy, and I've put in another one down here. That'll pull out from the other one. The other two, sorry, once that one gets placed. And then I'll need to do the numbers and make sure I get the right amount of generators on them. But this is hopefully already okay. So this is producing 6.4 per second, I think. No, it's producing double that. This is producing 12. There we go. This is producing 12.8. I remember. And these are using 2.6, so 5.2. Two more of those. 5.2, 10.4. 10.4, 12.4. So I can replace that with another one of these. Then that's pretty well balanced if I take that out. So that should work. That should be nicely balanced off this one generator. Then down here, this is going to be a bit weirder. This one is going to produce, instead of 6.4 like that one, this is going to produce 5.2, except it's going to be 15.6 plus. It's going to be 25. 20. It's going to be 26 between these two. Because they've got this one's got a 200% adjacency bonus with this one, and yes, that's so what did I say? 16? No, 15.6, 15.6, 25.6, 26. 26 between that from all of those. Right, so 26. Someone remember 26 for me. No, I've not reached a shattered planet yet. I'm still trying to expand the ship enough so that it will. Right, so yeah, 26. Snowball is still messing around on Fulgora. What are you waiting for, apart from Christmas? Cargo. Oh, you're waiting to have enough ice. Please gather some ice in. Why is there no ice available? There's a bit. Go on, grab it. Oh, it's not going to. You know what? Just head off to Aquilo. You'll find plenty of ice on the way over there. Thank you, Dave. Very helpful. Oh yeah, it probably would have been a good idea to save, given that I was pulling out the protection across the front. Yeah, that would have been sensible. Also, this green cable and probably the red cable, both of my cables need to be extended because I've stretched them too far. That might have been overkill, but you know what? It gives me space to mess around and play with things. So let's start speccing these out while we wait for the ship to come. While we wait for my ship to come in. Let's put that there and there and there and there and there. So 26 as is with these ones. If we use tier 2s, 26 would be. I need 10 of them. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I'm going to be using better ones, so it's going to be fewer. But still, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, something like that. Probably won't actually need that many though, but we'll see when I manage to get the bits up here and we start installing them on the ship. But that requires the Snowball 2 to make it all the way out to Aquila, which actually it very nearly has done. So it's doing well. Has it now got enough ice? No, it still hasn't actually quite got enough ice to satisfy it. Now it has. Okay. Right, so we'll drop all that stuff down onto Aquila. We can then build and then launch this rocket up to the Dewberry platform, and these will be, well, there we go. We've got consumption of 5 from that one alone. So 5 plus 7.6, so 12.6, and 12.6, 13. 9, so that's 19 from these. That's doing pretty well. There's all the ingredients we need to get this factory running again. So once those get right, so there's 19 from there. So I need another 7 out of my out whatever else I bring up. That doesn't sound too difficult actually. I do also need to handle the coolant coming out of these, which is going to be basically a pipe round the outside of here, as is traditional. Oops, don't know what they did, what they're doing. Yeah, I guess I'll just carry on going all the way around. That, and that, and that, and that. There we go. Perfect. For certain values thereof. We do seem to have a distinct shortage of fluoroketone on this at the moment, so I think it's going to be time to also put a little bit more fluoroketone into the system. I'm concerned by the apparent lack of it. Let's put you in the middle of there, because why not? You might fill up with plasma, but never mind. You won't fill up with plasma, don't worry. Okay, and I'll chuck this in over here. I tell you, I want you to unbarrel the cold fluoroketones. Oh, heck. Can't put that in there. Put it in down here, though. Oh, and I need to get fuel over here. I forgot about the fuel. Still, pumping this into here will at least get it into the system in general. Kind of. Yeah, once we've got this in place, we'll at least be able to pump the coolant through it. The plasma through it, even if it doesn't have any fuel of its own. So we'll be able to get the fluoroketone out of that. Right, so we'll do that. Right, Quillo, how are you doing? Okay, you've launched that rocket. Could you hurry up and build this rocket, please? Two, 4. I don't know why I'm staring at it like this. What else have we got down here? So what are the, right, so we're going to bring up another tier 2 reactor and maybe some tier 2 generators, I suppose, and maybe some tier 2 railgun turrets by the looks of it. Okay, so you are going, please clonk. Clonk. Right, send that up to the edge. And then we're going to be putting in one of these in tier 2 form. Well, when it's launched. And it gives me the control back. There she blows. One of them. And I think that's all you can fit in. Yeah, that's all you can fit in a rocket. Okay, so we're going to need to wait for that to finish. Build that one up, and then we can launch that. Then I can bring up some more fusion generators. Tier 2 fusion generators. And and then some fluoroketone. Alright, while that's running, let's come up here and yeah, these guys. Yeah, one of those goes there. Then we have 2 of these. Is that right around? It's right around. I don't know if it matters. 2 of these. Missed. And then 2 of these. So that I've said was 19, didn't I? 5, 8, 8.8, 11, 12.6. You can tell I'm tired. 12.6, 18.7, 19. So yeah, my 19 was right for that. So I need another 7. So these are 2.6. So 2 of these and a generic one would do. Or yeah, two 2s and 2 1s. And I don't actually need that one, so I'll remove it because this is the topmost one. Right, so I need 2 more tier 2s and some coolant. Aquilo. Oh yeah, and that. Oh, it's going automatically. Fine. Yep, that's cool because we did need it. And then there was 2 of these. Can I put them in now? No, I can't. Okay. 2 of these and some cold fluoroketone. I think I can have a bit more than that. Let's take some spare along as well. Just for when I need to top something up later. And then... oh yeah, railgun turrets then. So we're getting there, but we need to launch a lot of rockets from Aquilo to get all this stuff up there. Not Novice. Edge. Right, so I put in my boring ones here. Now we need to get those 2 2s. And yeah, that needs to be fueled, but that needs to be emptied first. If I rotate this, then all of the coolant will stack up in this tank. And I think that's what I want at this point. I want to feed it from here when the rocket arrives. Oh, that was a different rocket. That was the one carrying that. Now I need to wait for another Aquilo rocket to be made. Why are we not bringing any barrels of cold over? We've got barrels of cold here. Got 200 of them. Brought over. It's only part full. Come on, bots. Do as you're told. Oh, I've set a quality on it. Fail. Boop, boop. Boop. There we go. I've got 300 kilos left. What else do I need? I need railgun turrets, but they're too big. They're a whole rocket each, so I can't put any of those in. I don't know what else I need. I don't think I need anything else from Aquilo. I don't have any other demands at the moment, apart from a few speed modules that I need to track down and sort out. So I think I'm, largely there. All right, let's launch that as is. I'm going to get the fuel barrels to the assembly machine by the magic of virtual bots. So in the same way that on planets here you can bring components over, I could bring a load of steel over by dropping it in here with the bots. I'm not going to because I don't want them to, but I could. With a spaceship, if you set a request manually inside the ship, inside a machine, as I've done here. So what I've done here is I've selected the thing I want and put it in the slot there. And on a spaceship, when that arrives, it just gets automatically put there, which is wonderful. It's just very, very useful. Like, so there's the spaceship arriving, and boop, there are my barrels of coolant. Let's do it again. And take this out. And again. Right, so there we go. That is a load of coolant chucked into the system. So yes, I was going to rotate that to make sure the coolant was taken from here, because I want to pull all this through. So each barrel is, how much is there in a barrel? 50. So I put 500, and these tanks hold 25,000. So there's a lot of space available in that tank. Let's chuck in another 10. And another 10. Okay, that's my lot. That's all the ones I've got. Okay, so now I can pull that out. And that. And then I need I can copy this to here. And then, you know what, this could be... it can't be blue because I got rid of all the blue belts. I dumped them all out when I was trying to find more space in the ship for stuff. There we go, that goes there, and that goes there. Right, so now that's lit up as well. We'll pull in... I probably I probably shouldn't have pulled up some of that pipe when it was... Actually, maybe it wasn't still half full. How much have we got in the tank up here? Not very much. I'm slightly concerned I might have just wasted a load of cold fluoroketone by pulling the things up too quickly. For future purposes, let's try and plumb one in that's a bit more permanent. So I've put that in there, and an underground pipe from there to there, then it won't work at all. Put that there. Put a piece of pipe there, and you can be an official fluoroketone unbarreler. I think I've probably got enough in the system. There's 33 in this pipe down here, so we'll let that pull through as we gradually use power. It'll go into this tank up here. Then I can flip this back round to set it cooling again. And then I can remove... No, I can't remove this pipe down here. That's still going to be... That's always going to be the way... Oh, in fact, that's always going to be the way the coolant gets round. So, yeah, I can just do that. Nope. That. And I think that should be okay. We should now... I would appreciate it if there was a bit more fluoroketone in the in the spare, in the overflow tank, rather than it just going, well, you've just about got enough, I suppose. There's actually there is 1,000 in each of these, so it's probably all right. I think that's okay. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Okay, so now we're good, apart from needing a tier 2 and no 3 tier 2 railguns. So do I have those on? Do I have those on Aquilo at the moment? I can't remember what I've got. I've got 2 of them. Okay, well that's good enough. Let's flick you back over to auto. That'll get me the railguns up, and then back up in space. I will accept that I'm not going to get the 3 that I was hoping for, and I'll downgrade one of them to a normal. So I've got 2 and 2 here, and then 2 and 2 on the sides over there. Let's make these 2 back into normal. Let's make... Why am I not able to downgrade? Oh, I haven't even got the normals to downgrade them. Okay, right. Well, when as they come up, that'll work. Yeah. Cool. If you watch how quickly that fills up, and then suddenly, plip, done. I think it's going to be okay. Now, granted, power consumption at the moment is very, very low, but I think it's going to be all right. Hey, I've got a megawatt of generator capacity now. Nice, and also a huge empty space at the top of the ship. I might have gone a little bit overboard with that, but you know what? Never mind. I don't care. Have I got enough? Oh, I should turn this back on. Yeah, get some spare railguns on the ship for when something inevitably gets wrecked. I've got loads of repair packs. Good. I can get some more power cells up. I don't want blue belts on the ship. Yeah, I think that seems pretty good. Can we just clear the requests, please? No, we can't. Have I broken the engines again? Nope, we've got full... Oh, we're waiting for a rocket, I assume. Nope. Okay, there we go. Right, so that's cleared out all the requests that we don't care about at the moment. So that's all seems fine. There's just, as I say, just some speed modules that I should probably try and track down. Oh, and there's an unarmed turret over here. So that needs to be replaced with a green inserter. No, it doesn't. It needs the rocket belt to pop up briefly there. What's going on here? Okay, that's rocks being fed back. Oh, no, I haven't finished this belt back off again. There we go. Oh, I've run out of green belts. What? Oh, no. Okay. That's awkward. But fixable by just stealing some from somewhere that's not chucking stuff through at quite the same rate that we need that to. Like, maybe, actually, yeah, that can go, that come up, some up there. In fact, actually, no, that shouldn't be like, yeah. This is just a belt carrying ammunition. So we'll do that. And that. There we go. Now everything's flowing okay again. And that rocket turret is loaded. I do have an unprotected area up here that I feel needs dealing with. It probably is quite well defended because it is covered by these rocket turrets, these laser turrets, and these bullet turrets. So it's probably fine. But you know what? I've got the laser turrets. Let's put a few more in along here, just in case. And they'll shoot absolutely anything that comes anywhere near them. I didn't just reprogram that, did I? Yes, I did. There we go. And I'll reprogram these as well. There we go. Okay, I feel this ship is now quite good, TM. I suspect it's going to fly a bit slower than it used to because it's got quite a lot bigger, and I think that's how it decides. Now, interestingly, these mediums are getting taken out by the well, they're getting attacked by the lasers, and then the machine gun turrets are plinking them if the lasers can't deal with them. I guess that's fine. That is how it should work. And we're just waiting now for a few more rocket turrets to come up. We need one more rocket turret, no, one more railgun turret to finish the ship, and then I want some spares as well because they do tend to be, well, they are the entire front end of the ship now. So if anything is going to get smacked by an incoming rock, it's probably going to be a railgun turret, which is unfortunate because the railgun turrets are really, really expensive. But also, if something's going to get hit, it might as well be one of those, I suppose. Oh, and we've used up all of the blue circuits already. Great. The snowball is on its way. Snowball's on its way back out, actually. So it's done the complete loop. Well, pretty much. And is now coming back out to deliver. So that's done pretty well. I've got another tier 2 railgun turret there now. That's nice. We'll stop putting everything's in there. In fact, we'll just turn all of these off now because I think I've got a lot of infrastructure of these sort of things now available. So yeah, I'm okay with the supplies we've got at this point. Would be nice, yeah, they'll need the snowball to arrive a little bit quicker preferably, but I suppose it's doing its best. A little bit quicker so it can unload some more blue circuits and we can carry on making rockets. But basically, I think this ship is now essentially finished from this sort of tweak and upgrade and so on. And so I think I'm probably a bit finished as well because it is now past tomorrow. So I think it is time I went to bed. And so that means thank you very much everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I will get this ship finished and then I will set it flying out towards the Shattered Planet after tomorrow, and then report back in Wednesday's stream as to how it's working. Maybe I'll hang around a few minutes longer, let it actually get finished and start it going, and so we can at least see it in motion and make sure everything seems to be working and I don't have to go in and fiddle with absolutely everything straight away. Gleeber is being gleebed apparently. Oh, we've had some hatchings. Why have we had hatchings? Oh, it's because there's eggs in these things, but there's no nutrients getting around to them because... Heck if I know. We've got... Oh, because this is filled up with spoilage, I guess? Okay. Thanks, Gleeber. So we'll clear that up. Put it back in again. And then this area over here can start actually making science again, which would be nice. You know, it's kind of why it's there. You know, to be fair, as Gleeber fails go, these are fairly minor Gleeber fails. That was quite easily fixed, and expecting Gleeber to not jam up at any point during the evening is entirely unreasonable, I suspect. We do seem to be making rocket fuel fast enough now, which is nice. Now we've got a nice steady stream of jelly coming through here, so that's good. That's much better. It does mean there's slightly less nutrient going through here, but that does actually also appear to be absolutely fine. So, yeah, Gleeber seems to be gleebing quite well. Snowball has arrived. Hurrah! So we've got, yep, here come the blue circuits. We can going to be a while to make this rocket, but okay, fine. Yeah, a little bit of bonus time because, well, I feel after having spent all this time making the rocket, designing the spaceship and showing you what I was doing and that sort of thing, it seems a bit silly and a bit anticlimactic to then finish the stream before actually setting it off to fly out to the back of Beyond and see how it goes. That's not an artificial island. So I feel like I probably should at least get it started and see how it gets on. Problem is, building rockets out here is slow. I'd sort of like to put in a beacon for it. I could put one there, I suppose. That would work. I probably don't. I'm sure I don't have any beacons on this planet though. But let's check. Oh, but I do have on the ship. Yeah, all right. Let's drop. Let's see if we can drop one beacon down from the edge. One of these. I don't. How do I? Maybe like this. How do you drop one beacon or two beacons or something like that from a ship? If I control click, it'll put them all over into here, which I don't want to do. I don't want to drop all of them because I might want them later, even if I've got better ones as well. If I right click or left click, nothing happens. If I Q to eyedropper it, right click, left click down here, nothing happens. If I control right click, nothing happens. Shift right click, shift left click, nope, I've dropped them all. So yeah, answers on a postcard. How do you drop one thing out of a spaceship? I'd be very interested to know. It does seem like a very, very obvious missed feature, yeah. So let's put this in. I can't get both of them. Let's put it here. I don't even know if I have any speed modules on this planet, actually, come to think of it. No, not P, L, and speed. Yes, I do. I've got some tier 2s. That'll do. Place the ones you want to keep on the ship. That would actually have worked given the amount of spare space I have on the ship. So yeah, that's a good idea, Doopy. Unfortunately, it was too late after I'd already misclicked and done the wrong thing. So oh well. Ah, fuel. Yes, that is a vitally important thing for this ship. We do need fuel in order to make sure we don't run out halfway again. So yep, I'm okay with that being shipped up. Also, we're now making the rockets a little bit more quickly, so that's quite nice. Wish I'd done that ages ago, actually. It is, yeah. After the my first good attempt, I think I got about. It was 1 gigameter, maybe 1.5 gigameters. I forget exactly. I think it was 1.5 gigameters, and then I ran out. So I've sort of octupled the amount of fuel it's carrying, just to make sure. Yeah, we've got a request of 1,000, and we're up to 944 so far. So yeah, we're gonna have just a little bit over 1,000. We're gonna have 1,044 by the time it finishes topping it up. But I don't see that as a bad thing. It's going to be keep the ship satisfied. On the way 52? Really? Are you sure? There we go. That's more like it. Yeah. So yeah, we'll got a bit to come up. So there's going to be that fuel. Then we're going to get the railgun turret that's needed for the front end. Then we're going to get the 3 spare railgun turrets that we want for general supplies. Let's upgrade that one again. Those 2. So we'll have you and you. Might as well be tier 2s. Oh wait, no, there's only one more tier 2. Never mind then. Let's drop them back down to tier 1s. So we're going to need about 6 more rockets from Aquilo at this point. You know what? Research is sort of researching in a kind of uppy-downy way. Let's have a look at that while we wait for Aquilo to sort itself out. How are you doing? Well, you've got plenty of everything. It's almost like I've sorted out some of the supply problems, or perhaps that I'm doing an easy research. It is using yellow, and it's using orange. Orange isn't a problem, I don't think. So it's not using pink, and it's not using agricultural, so that's probably why it's working quite nicely. Although there are definite up and down swings. I wonder if that's the yellow. I don't know. and it's got basically up to the top now, so I'm not going to be able to tell. There's no blues coming back out. Maybe it's blues. Could be blues. I don't know. The agriculturals are going off quickly. I must say going off quickly. There's like 7 minutes left on them, but then that's only 12%, so they're pretty terrible science packs at this point. But we're not doing I don't think we care at this point. Let's do a couple of more of those because they're fun. Right, what else is cheap? That's fairly cheap, actually. It uses everything, of course, which in a way makes it less cheap, but it's sort of good. Railgun shooters, that's not too expensive. Well, it's less than 100k. Apparently that makes things cheap these days. Rocket part productivity. Yeah, right, let's have another one of those. That seems worthwhile. Worker robot speed, 64k, not too bad. Electric weapon damage, I don't care. That's only the lightning guns. And they're only really in use on Gleba, and they're fine there. Processing unit, oh yeah, let's have processing unit productivity. I like that. The scrap recycling, sure, it's cheap. Why not? Railgun damage, I don't think there's any point in that. The railguns already do all of the damage. Astro productivity, that would be nice, but it costs about 1 million science, so we're not going to do that. That actually costs 1 million science, so again, not going to do that. Flammables, don't care, not using them. Healthy food, sure, I could do. Rocket fuel productivity, not too bad. Oh, plastic bar productivity, yeah, alright, let's take a plastic bar productivity. And I think that'll about do. And you know, no, the absolute shell range is running quite nicely, so I won't interrupt it. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, science seems to be sciencing away quite sciencily. It's generally good. We are launching... What are we launching? Oh, we're launching eggs. Oh, right. The Fingers Crossed has got back. Well done, that ship. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, no, it hasn't. It's just still here. Why is it still here? Oh, there's 2 pieces. I don't know where those 2 pieces are. I was assuming they'd be on the end of the belt, but they're not. Somehow... There are apparently 2 pieces of promethium. Oh, they're there. Those are somehow counted. Okay, well, we need to come in here and change that to... yeah, let's put it back to... It was on 300 before, but yeah, that'll do. So we've got a load of eggs to just throw overboard now in a sort of a... Spew them out the side. Lovely. But, oh well, at least they won't hatch. Right, well, that can clear off. Okay, so we've got that railgun turret has arrived. That one is no longer being requested. We've still got these 3 that we're asking for. We haven't had any of those up yet, so it's another 3 rockets. But we've got all the fuel cells now. So, 3 more rockets. Come on, Aquilo. You can do it. There's one of them. Nice. You know what? Let's do this, because it'd be funny to see if this finishes before Aquilo manages to launch another rocket. I don't think it will, but it's not going to be far off. Oh, no. There's... Well, actually, well, there's that one, but it does need to do another rocket as well. The rocket part productivity just isn't going at all. Why not? That's weird. I thought I had all the science packs. Oh, I've run out of blue and grey. The Fingers Crossed... No, that's the wrong one. The iceberg. Oh no! Here we go. Kirk is on its way to Norvis, so that'll have some on board, and Spock is on his way, so he'll have some on board as well. Everything uses blue, so there's no point in switching these around. Yeah, blue is just used by absolutely everything. I'm slightly surprised that one ran out, but I guess I don't know. I was thinking without the Moss science, maybe that's part of the reason. I don't know. It's a bit weird. I don't know why that would suddenly be in the... why blue has suddenly been the problem. But we'll get some of that quite soon. But not before Aquilo has finished delivering its rockets. Its railguns, rather. There's another rocket, and I think that might be the last one. Yes, it is. Excellent. So when this arrives, there it goes, on its way. We can try heading out towards the Shattered Planet and see how things go. Let's do that, and it'll set off as soon as it arrives. So there's still a lot of ammunition stockpiled in here. So we'll churn through this railgun ammo sooner or later. It'll get pumped out down here and round here, fired out. Basically, as the railguns start firing, we're going to use it up from here first. Then once that's all gone, we can start getting rid of the rockets and the red ammo and the piercing ammo, and yeah, that'll help a bit. Let's put some of those in there and in there. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. So it's that one. They're all in there now. So that's taking the yellow ammo out of that. Ooh, that's a thought. Maybe I could come along here and do this. Yes, I could. So this is a way. This is also a way to empty ammunition. I wish I thought of this when I had the overloaded. When they had the overload problem earlier, because this would have helped a lot. Just chucking several hundred rockets out into the machines that are making them, and then they can just be unloaded onto the belt as normal. There you go. That's got rid of most of them. That was rather nice. And then I can do the same sort of thing down here. I can put bullet ammo into these like this, and into these. Dum-de-dum, dum-de-dum. It's only one stack per machine, of course. So actually, it's slightly less than one stack per machine because there's already a little bit in there. But you know, it's better than nothing. It helps a bit. It's reduced the amount of the pressure in here a little bit. So yeah, it's an improvement. But yes, now we've got these gigantic rocks coming in. We can start using the big guns to deal with them like that. And yeah, hopefully all will be well. Speed is, well, we've got speed is most of the engines going. Why are you not running? So, why is green not being passed over to? Oh, I've broken the cables. That's why. We're seeing some green. You're pumping. Oh, there is coolant in here. Don't be coolant in there. There we go. Is it the same problem over here? It is. Don't be coolant in there. There we go. Right, lovely. All engines firing. Well, hey. Up the other end. God, it takes forever to scroll the full length of the ship now. Maybe it'll be peaceful at the back end. Yeah. So where are my superhero railguns? There's one of them. So that's the maximum range of a railgun, and that's the range of a tier 2 railgun. That's the range of a tier 1 railgun. It's not a huge difference, but it still outranges everything else on the ship. So yeah, the railguns are going to get the first bite of the targets, and then everything else can deal with whatever the railguns miss, which is or don't deal with, which is sort of, yeah, that's the point. That's how it's intended to work. I feel like these corners are a bit vulnerable. I almost wish I'd put walls around them just to make it feel better. But to be honest, I think if anything comes in here and starts hitting these, it's game over. The walls aren't going to help because it means. Maybe they would against smaller asteroids. Maybe putting some walls in there would have been a good idea. Let's put them in as ghosts, and then if we fly the ship back, then we'll put them in. I was going to save though before I do too much more of this, so we'll save at this point, and then go back to the ship. And yeah, I think it'd be nice to have walls in like this, and on the other side. I don't think they'll actually do all that much good if we have a close encounter of the of some kind of rocky type. But you know what? They make me feel a little bit better. Oh, these should be one further in. It looks symmetrical like that. That's fine. Why have we stopped? Got fuel. Got no oxidizer. Oh, have I linked the fuel and oxidizer pipes up? Yes, I do seem to have done. Ah, here. Right, so remove that. And remove that. And then put that in there. Put that pipe in there. Then remove the fuel from that system. There we go. That seems to be better. I kind of miss the old Factorio mode where it just wouldn't let you accidentally mix fluids. I know it gives you sort of potential to do clever stuff if you can, but it also gives you potential to just break your factory. So there we go. Now we have some thrust, and now therefore we can start clearing out. We are working. I think these walls would look quite nice along the sides of it, so we shall, maybe add those in another time. Anyway, right, the ship is now flying. You can see it working. I don't really want to wait the time for it to get out of the solar system. Although that said, you know how much I ramble, so by the time I finish doing my outro, it might have got there. We might be seeing Promethean rocks. We shall see. So yes, thank you very much for watching Laurence Plays. I shall be back on Wednesday where I shall report back and tell you how this ship has got on. And then fairly soon we shall be starting a new series because I think I have more or less finished Space Age at this point. I've played with pretty much everything. Things are generally working quite nicely, and except for the things that I just don't really want to rebuild. So I think Wednesday will be a bit of a sort of a look back, a retrospective at looking at some of the things that I've done, what I would have done differently if I was playing it again, and, you know, that sort of thing. My thoughts about the game, as well as watching the ship and seeing how well it does, and then swearing and endlessly when it turns out it couldn't make it all the way to the Shattered Planet. So we'll try and have a bit of that. So thanks for the follow, P Squire, much appreciated. And yes, I shall see you all on Wednesday when I shall be having a bit more of a play around with this, I guess. I will go off and try and find someone else to raid though. So if you're on Twitch, please stick around for a little bit longer while I go off and have a look for someone someone else's channel to go and investigate. Is there anything else to say? So there will be a new multiplayer stream starting fairly soon. We haven't set an exact date for that yet, so keep an eye out for that one. It'll be announced on the Discord, and it will still be streaming on Mondays and Wednesdays. So if you just come along to the normal streams, then you'll see all the new stuff, new people, new planets, new stuff. It's going to be more Factorio, just with more planets and more things to try. Right, so I think that's everything I need to say. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. And as I say, hang around if you're on Twitch, because I'm going to go off and find someone else playing Factorio and see if I can find someone who's doing interesting things that we can go in and watch. So I'll see you all next time. Good night. Right, let's have a look. Twitch. So, is there anyone streaming? Nobody I follow seems to be streaming at the moment. So, we'll go out and have a look to see if we can find someone playing Factorio. There seem to be two ways. Actually, there seem to be two ways of doing this. If I do a where's the raid button? There's the raid button. If I type in Factorio here, I don't know the difference between category and tag. I guess that's the point. That's the problem I have. Oh, I don't know. Right, anyway. No. Okay, someone is... This one is tagged for... let's try and find someone who doesn't have a cartoon avatar. What do you reckon, guys? Would you rather see a beginner or someone a bit more experienced? And also we would like an English speaking one. And okay, this one will do. Right, let's go. Let's go raiding. Right, well, one final. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.